Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the show. I'm David Sponheim, running for president in 2016. I'm glad you're all here. I'm glad we could all share this evening. Today is Wasteful Wednesday, a regular show which deals with government waste, pollution, something that I think we can all agree upon is a problem. I'm not going to be talking about climate change the way the Democrats do. I do not support cap and trade. I do not support any carbon point legislation. I believe it's a scam, an Agenda 21 scam perpetrated outside of our country, and it's not going to help us. We need to do this ourselves. We need to lead by example so that other nations can follow us and say, yeah, you guys are doing great. You're trendsetters. I do not need to sit back and charge the American people extra taxes for eating beef, of all things. I mean, the ideas that the Democrats have concocted to save our planet are absurd. I'm not reading anything. I'm reading the chat. I'm a really fast reader, and I'm here to listen to you guys. We don't have another venue on the internet or anywhere to actually talk about these problems, and I'm more than willing to be that person to do that. Yeah, I don't support the Agenda 21 plan the Democrats do. I don't want illegal immigration coming to our country. For over 2 years, I've been saying no refugees. When I started hearing about refugees pouring in, I've been against the illegal alien problem for 8 years. I'm against bringing Syrian refugees in. The whole thing is completely insane. And for me to see my ideas copied by other candidates like Trump, and he's not the only one who's copied my ideas, it's interesting because I'm seeing my impact already. This show is not some minor little thing that just, is an annoyance to some of you. This is a nonstop, persistent battle to create a third party against all odds, against censorship in the media, against an incredibly powerful monetary elitist group of people, corporate elitists like Donald Trump and Hillary Clinton. This is a challenge to the existing status quo of America that is without any challenge whatsoever. We're the only ones doing this. Nobody else is doing what we're doing. You could say, oh, well, the libertarians are having a debate. John Stossel is going to give them a debate. The libertarians don't have any key ideas to save the nation. I agree with the libertarians in part. I definitely think we need to shrink the government and get the government out of our lives and get the government to reduce regulations on small business. Ned, you're right. Trump's dad was in the KKK. There's evidence that he was arrested in 1927, Trump's father. Yeah. There is no teleprompter, guys. I never have a teleprompter in the show. You've got an opportunity to talk to a guy real time all the time. There's no other person running for president that can do that. If I'm lagging, it's because you're on the Vaughn network. They purposely degrade the video signal. Now, if you want to catch our show on a different network and still be in the Vaughn chat room, just go to AmericasThirdParty.com and you'll see the show playing out in real time without lag. Okay? But let me show you my setup here. And it's a really affordable setup because back in the day when I first started buying computers, I was one of those guys that invested a ton of money in computers. Well, ton being 10 grand. When I got all of this, including this little guy over here, this brand new gaming computer Sarah just bought, this whole setup is around $2,500. Now you can do it for $1,500, including an Xbox 360 and a whole lot of things. But there's no teleprompters here, guys. There's just a blue file cabinet, a door, some parasol lighting. There's Gumby on the counter there. My sister gave me Gumby. But yeah, it's a very simple setup. There's no scripts anywhere. None. Right there, that's the chat room on the one monitor. This is your chat room over here. I use this thing over here to bring up any kind of a news story. If you guys have a link, I'll bring it into the show. I don't do that, man. You're not talking to a person who engages that behavior. Many of you people are living a life of lust, which is fine. You're eating a lot of beef byproducts. They put a lot of food byproducts and waste in your food, so you probably have overexcited hormones. Nope, no tired topics here. We're going to be talking about brand new ways of recycling food waste tonight. We're going to talk about reviving our soil, making it drought resistant. We're going to be also discussing the idea of local growing centers for growing marijuana. Once I legalize it as president, I will remove marijuana from the list of controlled substances, and automatically we're going to see all kinds of new startup businesses take off. Trump won't do this. Hillary won't do this. Is there a plague? It's going around Washington. Yeah, I did get something, I'll tell you. The cold that hit me, the cold from hell, I was going to go swimming today. And I was like, okay, I'm going to go blow my nose, right? So I blew my nose, and it's like, what? This is one of these colds that wants to settle again into my chest. So I'm taking it real easy, staying warm at night, don't go into the night air, don't get sweaty, and I'm just going to kind of weather the storm. But I think that we've got some sort of a weird cold going on in Washington. I agree. No, I never stole mushrooms from a supermarket grand opening. They were in a public road. Someone had dropped them, and they would have been thrown away. And I made good use of some really good mushrooms, portobello mushrooms, stuffed. And I talked about it on our show, and that's what you're saying. Yeah, someone dropped it out of their package and it was sitting on the highway. And I said, well, this is amazing. I mean, so I just grabbed it. I don't like to see things go to waste. I really don't. And in America, 50% of our food waste is going into landfills. In fact, 100% of the food that comes into the country, half of it is going into landfills. I eat food that's getting a little old, I admit to that, simply because I really, it's a lifestyle for me. I really believe in making the most of everything. It wasn't a dumpster road, no. It was just a clean package of portobello mushrooms somebody had dropped out of their bag on the public highway. I was like, how do you not pick that up? You just would walk over and throw it in the garbage? I mean, it's a perfectly good package. It was sealed. So you've got to understand this way of life I have lived is very frugal. I don't expect you to live this life. I don't expect everybody to go around pinching pennies and living below their means. But if you want to go in deep into debt, live beyond your means. Live like Donald Trump and keep borrowing money and claim you've got lots of money. Thank you. So I come from a different mindset than Donald Trump. I'm not materialistic. He claims he's greedy, and he's proud of it. I'm not. I'm the last person you'd ever call greedy. They opened a shop here, Dave, an internet site to sell this type of food cheaply. Yeah, I heard that, Siren C, yeah. People can give what they like. Yeah. There's a food source, the Daily Pantry on the East Coast, and it's created by one of the former CEOs of Trader Joe's. And he's opening up this daily pantry. It's pretty cool. They bring in all kinds of food that's got a little blemishes on it, but they drop the price significantly, and people do eat them up. I hate to see food waste, so when I go into markets and I see these guys culling all the vegetables and the fruits and throwing them in a bin, I know that's usually going into the garbage can with plastic waste. So we're going to put a robust system together that will provide waste recycling at every area in the country. We're going to take federal land and we're going to convert it 5 acres at a time. And we're going to get you guys jobs doing work with this stuff. We're going to have a melting center for marijuana and hemp, so we could actually melt down loose leaves that people want to bring in for cash. We're going to turn that into a hempoline, which is a biofuel. A lot of good ideas that could actually help our country. This idea is really going to save our country a lot of money. If we end the Federal Reserve, we will automatically get $32 trillion in gold from the World Bank. That's the deal. $32 trillion is being held in trust for the United States of America that has never been cashed in. Now, there may be a debt to pay out of that $32 trillion, and we'll probably have to, pay towards our $18 trillion debt that the United States Corporation took out. But the United States of America has in its equity $32 trillion from World War II, when we beat the Japanese and the Germans and acquired a lot of the proceeds from those two victories. We've never cashed in on them. So believe it or not, our country is rich. They've got the scrim in front of you that the United States is poor. The United States is a corporation. It was created in 1871 with the Act of 1871. The United States is the organization that we don't need running our operations. We need the United States of America. We need our country back. So as president, I'm going to be putting that plan together. Glass-Steagall has very beneficial aspects. It prevents companies from doing a lot of cross investments between various areas of their corporate structure. I like it. I don't like companies like Goldman Sachs that are in there selling things to you to profit, stocks, and they make money going in and out. But they're also investing themselves in the very same stocks that you're investing in. They can undermine the value of the very people that they're selling stocks to by simply controlling the market. So that Glass-Steagall could be something we could bring back. I like it. Dave Mark is casting from Nova Scotia. They're expecting 6 to 8 inches of snow up there. Yeah, I believe it. Yes, thank you, Ned. The U.S. Navy beat the Royal Navy. That's correct. But we didn't really lose in the big war. England, or rather the City of London, still controls a large portion of our nation's finances. And that's why the Federal Reserve was created. The Federal Reserve is a private corporation that is an intermediary between our government and the U.S. and the UN-dominated IMF. Excuse me, did I say UN? I'm in the IMF and the World Bank. The UN is just a side product of the League of Nations, is separate, but they use it. They use the UN. The IMF does and the World Bank. But the Federal Reserve essentially is the vehicle that they use to tap into our treasury. When you write your taxes, your check goes almost directly to the Belgium World Bank to pay the interest on our debt. Your taxes aren't paying for the operations of our nation. The two parties have been borrowing money to operate our country. That's the truth. And they aren't cutting the budget because they've got their fingers tied deep in the pockets of corporations that rely on contracts, renewed contracts every year that are very expensive. You've got contracts like the F-35 project, which will cost $1.5 trillion over the life of its operation, unless we put the brakes on it. Now, I'm going to plan on putting the brakes on the F-35 plan. The F-35 has failed in 2 critical air-to-air combat tests against the F-16, of all things. The problems are excessive with the F-35, and I've heard from the pilots can barely turn their head inside of the jet. It's so tight. They can barely move their head. It's like they're locked in place. Turn on CNN. I don't have CNN. I don't have cable. You'll have to give me a blow-by-blow description of what the CIA wants us to know. So take this, for instance, this F-35. Pretty cool plane, though, I got to admit. These actually could be our new bombers. We don't need to just, rely on brand new bombers. We can convert many of the semi-functional F-35s into automated drone bombers. I'm anticipating a brand new rework for the F-35. But either way, it could be manned or unmanned. It doesn't matter. But this is a project that we can't afford to buy lots of. Now, originally the project called for 200 at $60 million apiece. It dropped down to 35 per year at $300 million. So when we ordered less, we wouldn't get the price we originally were offered. So they were never serious about offering these things for 60 to 65 million apiece. But they're up to about 235 million apiece, and they keep wanting to buy them, even though they didn't meet the bench test requirements of combat fighting. They're not as fast and agile as they expected. So we will be cutting back on the F-35 plan, but we will be increasing the unmanned aerial vehicle plans and getting much more appropriate. I was mentioned on CNN last night. Jackson? Really? No kidding. We'll be introducing amazing new technologies that could very well cheapen and make disposable our defense systems. Now you're saying, why would we want to cheapen and make disposable defense systems? Because we can. And if we lose them, they're not $10 million a piece like the Predators. The Predators are extremely expensive. We could actually lower the costs significantly if we just bring in affordable unmanned vehicles that are mass produced. The simple concept of mass production is not being implemented in the defense industry as rapidly as it could be. Remember Henry Ford and the mass production of the Model T? You heard about it, you read about it. Well, back in the day, there weren't a lot of venture capitalists with their hands out waiting for kickbacks And there weren't a lot of military contractors back in the day that were saying to Henry Ford, hey, you know, we want to get in on this family car idea. So he was able to actually produce these products that were amazing. And they revolutionized our nation. Got us all on wheels, our families on wheels, and we've been on wheels ever since. And without that incredible infrastructure that Henry Ford had developed with mass production, we'd be screwed. So yeah, bringing on drone technology that is much cheaper than it should be, than we're paying right now. The X-47B drone was developed by Northrop for $1 billion. Let me show you what it looks like. Okay, that little puppy right there is the X-47B, and it is $1 billion in production. Now, we cannot possibly afford $1 billion for that, whereas this F-35 is about $250 million. This is you know that? Okay. This is too much. So something that looks like this, mass-produced with possibly graphite, thinner plastic wings. I mean, we don't need to worry about expensive devices flying out there vulnerable to attack, especially with heat-seeking rockets. So we've got to get lighter, leaner, much more efficient, and we've got to cut our budget, our military budget, down to $500 billion. Now that's part of my plan. That's a huge reduction. Obama and Bush have allowed budgets as high as $1 trillion per year. We need a $500 billion military budget. That's what I'm shooting for. And I'm not turning my back on Lockheed Martin and all these great innovators who we will still embrace and use, but we want to open up the field to competition within the United States. So anticipate, like here on Whidbey Island, where I live near the Naval Air Station, I'm going to possibly help develop a robotics institute that would develop robotic unmanned vehicles. And this would not be corporate. This would be government and Navy-based robotics, okay? This would mean a lot of jobs for the people in this area. And it doesn't mean flying big jets overhead. It means testing smaller units that can be easily tested over the water, and we don't have to have them fly into houses. Thank you. Jackson got 6 people to vote for me in Wisconsin. Thank you very much, Jackson. Excellent. Now, the campaign to write in David Sponheim on the ballot is huge. If I get 25,000 or more, they have to count those ballots. They have to take and completely verify that they are there. The Diebold voting system, many of you know, is already riggable. They've got USB slots, and it's not trustable. But we can essentially force a hand count on the coming election and knock Donald Trump and Hillary aside and push a handwritten vote system in, which literally takes the entire political system and turns it upside down. Let's start with everybody you know. Tell them about a third party. When you're blogging and forums, simply write America's Third Party .com so that they don't knock your link off. And say, hey, try this out. And centrist politics, that's what we're all about. I just wafted a cat hair away. I don't know how that was floating in the atmosphere. Who would the Secretary of Defense be? Well, I'd like to ask Arnold initially to offer that position to him. I think that would be a pretty amazing studly position for him to have. When asked questions, you'd always have the, yeah, we live cybernetic organisms. We will send an unmanned army into battle. We're not going to have any kind of human loss of life. Something like that would be nice. And if he doesn't want to do it, I'm thinking Sylvester would be good. What do you think? I'm right in the center, Ned. Because of my right-wing positions on gun rights and my support of the gun rights that Americans have in the Second Amendment, It puts me right square in the center. My idea, the 1,000-mile fence, no Democrat would come up with that idea. My idea that I came up with in 2008 for the 1,000-mile fence, electric fence, is bottom. It is the right-wing position, even farther right than the Republicans have been in the past, and that's probably why Donald liked it so much. But he didn't get the idea right. We can't possibly build a wall in a short period of time, and I've been saying that all along. All right. So I'm a fiscal conservative and a social liberal. Now, that does not mean I'm going to take your tax dollars to hand them over to a bunch of do-nothings who sit on their ass eating Cheetos or whatever favorite snack food they like. There's no slander. Like I said, everything I've said is honed to be backed by truth. Every single statement I make about Trump or Clinton in this upcoming election will be backed by links. I have a very good link library right now that you can go to if you want to get any information. It's a link I'll give you right now so you can actually pull up all the information I have on Donald Trump. We pulled the bad stuff out, like the stupid mask that somebody in Mexico is making in Halloween. I thought that was irrelevant. Let me sign in. Fiscally. You like Cheetos and Doritos? Wow. Well, you should be aware that the GMO corn in those Doritos is, something you should be looking into. Investigate it. See if it's really something you want to put in your body. Informed eaters. That's what we want to have in America. Informed eaters. Oh, I'm sorry. You had to look at my real hair? Oh, okay. This is my real hair, yeah. Okay, let me do a little search for Trump. Yeah, so whenever I make statements about Trump, it'll be backed by factual links. Now, the links may not be completely verified in every instance, but I'm doing quite a bit of research on him right now to try to figure out exactly what we're dealing with here. A greedy person who wants to be president is suspicious. A person who uses all their power to run for president, equally suspicious. I didn't like Obama running for a second term. As soon as he became president in 2009, I thought that was really bad taste. No, you guys will have Doritos, but what I want to see is actually a generic corn tortilla that's non-GMO. And that's something we'll be using. A lot of the corn crops will be generating a generic packaging. We're going to be building a program called the Essential Food Program. And that's a program that will actually provide low-cost food, healthy food choices for people. Anybody who wants to pay the price, it'll be a little bit less than regular products. But the generic food products at the Essential Food Program really will help. A lot of people save money. And the best part about it is it's going to be built on the backbone of our farm subsidy system and our food stamp system, which, by the way, is run out of the same organization, the USDA. Now, what I just described there is an example of our new concept called hybrid capitalism. Hybrid capitalism is a concept that we wrote about in our book, and you can get that at our store. And I can tell you that it's a plan to loop capital. So when I talk about the farm subsidies being produced by our farmers, they get paid to not grow things, right? Many of them use this as an insurance on their property as well. But our plan will be to get them to plant seeds, and we receive the proceeds of those seeds. They still have to farm the land, but they'll get the farm subsidies. This way we're not wasting money. King of Comedy says Dorito is GMO corn, yeah. Not even a bird will eat it. Thank you so much. King of Comedy is calling all of you sheep. I was trying to be nice. I don't want to say anything in any way that would make people think that I don't want I don't want them to eat bad food, but at the same time I don't want them to go around dissing a company because they heard some guy on the internet called King of Comedy say something. So I want everyone to do their own fact checking. I'm looking pixelated. Well, again, like I said, the video signal at the Vaughn site has been depreciated for whatever reason. We're not really sure why, but if you go to AmericasThirdParty.com, We've got a double signal going from another vendor, another network vendor. I never slandered Apple. No, I like Apple's. I like the company too. And why did Donald Trump recently say? Now this is interesting. In a tweet, he said that he wants to boycott Apple for not revealing the encryption data to the NSA. Why would he do that? That should be very important to you Donald Trump supporters, because it gives you a glimpse as to how dictatorial this man is and how he doesn't care about your freedoms, like your personal privacy. Personally, I think what Apple has done is an immense move, and it echoes back to Steve Jobs and his effort to keep Apple independent of the government. I think it's a really good move. It's disturbing to me that everything Trump seems to be saying is undermining our Constitution, siding with the NSA against the rights of the individual. I mean, all of this reeks of socialist or fascism, National Socialism, which is a fascist construct. Okay, proof. The tweet, Donald Trump's tweet, let's see, I don't have it on the page. That's one thing. If you guys could pull up the tweet the other day he made about Apple, some of you may have it in your library. Let me see if I can pull it up on the net right now. Trump's tweet about Apple. Thank you. You're a homosexual? I'm not. But many of you are. Don't feel that we're discriminating against you. You're welcome to be whoever you want to be. No, I said that he was suffering from ideation, homicidal ideation. When a person says to a group of people in the middle of the street, he said that if he went into the street and shot somebody, that his voters are so loyal they'd still vote for him. He made that statement. I call that homicidal ideation. I'm not a psychologist. I'm just giving it a name, okay? Trump is not your guy. I am. Trump will divide the nation. I will unite the nation. Oh, here it is. Yeah, I need to add this Twitter tweet. There you go. He's taking an attitude like we don't have privacy. You know, the whole story of San Bernardino is such a joke. There was a witness that said that there were 3 shooters wearing black outfits and duffel bags. Not a woman, and an Arab woman, an Arab man wearing headdresses. One person said there were 3 large men. How could it be one small woman and a large man? The whole thing is BS. And when the NSA's the FBI is requesting the cell phone data from a phone that they already tried to hack into and basically lost the data, and then they were upset because they were trying to put multiple passwords in to break into this phone, and they lost everything on the phone. That made their attempt not only to legitimize what I believe is a lie, the event never really occurred the way we think it did, and 2, it also proposes a plan for the NSA to breach all of our personal privacy by taking and eliminating one of the best features Apple phones have, which is this ability to wipe out data so nobody can steal your credit card numbers or your information or you sexting with your girlfriend. Whatever. I'm all about your personal individual rights, folks. I wouldn't be starting this entire plan if this wasn't about the individual. The individual is first and foremost in my mind, not the state, not the federal government. When I'm your president, I'm not going to be putting an overtaking, penalizing federal authority over you or state government operations. I'm not. I just refuse to do that. The federal government should be to augment and assist, not to overtake and deny and oppress, like what is now. So when he says boycott all Apple products until such time as Apple gives cell phone info regarding, he's basically saying you won't have the right of encrypted data on your phone. That's what your guy Trump wants to do. He wants to take away your personal privacy. Isn't that interesting? I didn't know about the vet who beat up the Black Lives Matter thugs. I'm not at liberty to discuss that right now. Yeah, well, maybe the FCC won't give them a license real quick, Ned's car. I didn't eliminate anybody. Not really, Monkey Times. Many people don't realize, but many third-party apps for encryption are not secure against the NSA. The reason why the NSA and the FBI is so concerned about the iPhone capability is it literally wipes out all the data. Which it should. If somebody's hacking into your phone, yeah, it should wipe it out. But no, the NSA seems to want to have visible access to every single aspect of our personal life. When did we become enemies as a nation of citizens? Can you describe to me at what point? I can comment on a news story. I just haven't read the news story. Let me go to the news. Okay. Thank you. It's time to go to the news, folks. I was going to add that link, though, but, I'll let you be the judge. Okay, here we go. You guys saw my cooking show last Thursday and the Thursday before. I'm not going to have a cooking show tomorrow, but we will be doing our normal show starting at 6. Okay? The show starts 6 to 9. Our regular show is 6 to 9, our recorded show. So bear in mind, there will be some changes. I got some things to do around here I have to take care of. Choppity chop. Okay, great. Republican race puts Donald Trump and Paul Ryan on a collision course. Well, that'll be interesting to see Donald Trump take on the Tea Party. Yeah, interesting. Well, we'll see if that works out. I don't have the article. It wouldn't surprise me that the World Health Organization is freaking out about the Zika virus outbreak. Because notice how the World Health Organization freaks out about everything. I remember the World Health Organization reported that Ebola would be breaking out and infecting half of Africa. I remember how they were talking about the dangers of the avian flu virus, which led to $26 billion in spending by our government, which was perpetrated by none other than Barack Obama when he was a U.S. Senator. They created $26 billion worth of vaccines. So they want to use those vaccines. They wasted a lot of money on vaccines. You had Zika, it wasn't a big deal. Yeah, I've heard that Zika is a pretty mild virus. If it's the full-blown dengue fever, it can be very dangerous. So yeah, I believe that the CDC is wasting a total of $7 billion a year. Wasted with CDC and the TSA, by the way. They're both spending about $7 billion a year, so it equals $14 billion a year. So we'll be eliminating both the TSA and what we know as the CDC. What I'm going to replace the CDC with is not any type of a staffed permanent position like we've got right now for a lot of these people who are bacteriologists. We'll give them contracted work only, and we'll basically put together a plan to make America prepared. So I plan on offering filtered masks for every American through the CDC initiative. Once we replace the CDC, we'll be looking at a major savings. We'll have about $2 billion to spend just on masks for everybody. So wouldn't it make sense to have masks in your possession? So every family has a certain civil defense mask that comes to your door and says, yeah, this is ours to give to you. And if you use it for whatever needs, lawn mowing or house cleaning, there'll be an order form inside where we'll have a way to monetize it. So we'll make money on more reorders, and we'll make money back when you guys order more masks. So this is just one of the ideas we have to get the pandemic threat from happening. See, I believe that the elitists want the pandemic threat to initiate a vaccination campaign, to create an ultimate RFID chipping of the American people. I'm not kidding when I say that they're doing that, because that's exactly what's built into the Obamacare Affordable Health Care Plan. CDC is working with this initiative to chip people, biometric chipping, the whole thing. I've got to put a stop to that. Seriously. There's no way we can get away with that. We don't want our bodies forced vaccinated. I don't know anybody who wants that. Voluntary vaccinations, of course. Anybody who wants to voluntarily vaccinate can. So I just saved you $500 billion a few minutes ago. I'm going to save you another $14 billion. Pretty cool, huh? So $514 billion saved so far. The TSA is not needed. We have plenty of military officers that are on salary right now that could easily offer full services. Stop the slander of the 1%. That's pretty funny. David, you seem... Hang on, I got to open this script up so I can read it. No, I don't support any presidential candidate at all. I'm purging that offense. Saudi rejects oil cuts, wants war with America. Where are you getting that? They just don't want Donald Trump. A Saudi sheikh just said that if in any way Trump wins, Saudi and many of the OPEC nations will be cutting off oil trade with the U.S. I need a lot of things, guys. We're built on a very simple platform of home broadcasting out of a prosumer equipment. I would have gladly invited production crews in here if I had gotten the donations I've needed over the many years, but many of you are strapped for cash, and I'm not here for money. We can't do our cable TV campaign because you didn't donate over the years. But that's not going to, depreciate the quality of what we're doing. We do a good job either way, but the entire business formula of America's Third Party and my campaign to get elected at this point is hovering in budget land. We keep this running on a very tight budget, extremely low cost for everything we do. And that's how we've been so effective and able to withstand the economic downturn and the lack of donations. We started an organization called the Centrist Alliance in 2010, and it kicked off pretty well. We had the Reform Party join in for a short while. We had the Modern Whig Party, the National Centrist Party. But then one of the groups decided to create bylaws, and that was against my original intent. I just said, let's just do cross promotions for centrist ideas. They just didn't like that. So the groups dropped off. They said they didn't want to be a part of a bylaw deal. Any kind of structure oftentimes scares people away. Anyway, long story short, National Centrist Party closed. They couldn't finance their publicist. Their publicist was costing them like $30,000 a year. I've always delivered on my promises. I've never not delivered on my promises. I've promised to be here every day for the past 7 years, and I've been here every day, rain or storm. Physical health has been pretty good, so I haven't had a problem there. But talk about a sustained presence on the internet. Nobody on the internet, no politician has done what I've done over the many years. Nobody running has been so transparent and so committed to the effort of political discussions. So we're saving money tonight with their various reminders here. The CDC, the TSA, and I want to add another one and save another. I'm going to take it up to 21 billion per year saved. And I say wasted with these agencies. There's another one I want to eliminate, and that's CPS. That's about $7 billion a year as well. So CPS, Child Protective Services, will be blended into a much more sensitive approach toward policing. Hi, Sarah.
Hello.
Policemen can go into homes doing domestic violence calls. They do it all the time and deal with children problems. We'll still keep social networks, social worker networks, but we're going to route them to a modern orphanage system. I want to see modern orphanages develop so we can save a lot of money and get rid of the foster care system, which is really costing a ton of money. And I want to remind you that about 1,000 kids a year are tortured and killed who are under the protective control of the CPS organization. Shocking statistics in this area. All right.
Yeah, my day was pretty good.
Yeah, good. I'm glad. I was thinking about just going out today, and I felt kind of weird from the cold that I got this really bad cold. And I still feel like it's like trying to hang on. I'm still,
Sorry.
Well, I'm taking it easy, but luckily the nose part has disappeared. But I could see if I went out in the night air right now, it could easily turn into a bronchial infection. So it's still waiting to take off in my body. So I got to take it easy, guys.
Yeah, take it easy. Sip some hot tea and
take it easy.
relax.
Take it easy. Yes, the CPS is federal, and so is the CDC, and so does the TSA. It's all federal. I just saved $21 billion, folks. Isn't that nice? By eliminating those agencies. We're going to have CDC is going to be modified and turned into just a poison control center like it used to be. Much less budget. That's $7 billion saved. TSA, military, plainclothes, personnel, convert the rapid scanner devices, which cost our nation $24 billion already. Stop production of the rapid scan devices and put them on luggage alone, and get plainclothes military like National Guard, Coast Guard men and women to do the scanning at the airports. And modernize, too, with better biometric capabilities just to, there's a way of checking for a person who's got a red, hot forehead with infrared signaling. If somebody's got a red, hot forehead and they walk into an airport, they're at high risk for something. And we can actually send a couple of people over, then talk to that person and say, hey, what's going on? Hit the scanner. Hopefully they don't have a bomb on them or anything. And then the CPS organization has already proven it's being very wasteful. In 2000, Bill Clinton offered the CPS a bonus of $4,500 to take a kid out of a house and put him in a placed home, like a foster care home. So there's an incentive, there's a cash machine going on for the TSA. They want to make money, the CPS, they want to make money on abducting kids from families that are probably perfectly fine and could be worked with proper social services in their area to get better. Or the police can get involved and we could take the kids out and put them in an orphanage. Well, you're sick of spamming this show. That's your problem. You're going nowhere with your spam. So a lot of you people who just like to come in and spam and attack us, you feel very frustrated, I know. I'm invincible. Thank you very much, 8700. I'm invincible. The only thing that could take me out in this coming up election or any other election is just an attack on my body. Because my ideas, my plan is invincible for this country. And I believe I can execute it with the authority of the American people backing me. Thank you.
Mongolian goat or wool.
Wool.
It's wool, so they just sheared it, which is pretty cool. Okay, thank you. Go ahead. I will listen to you. 318. You got tired, but I'll listen. Yeah, it would be nice to not harass people at the airport, but I did hear that now they're requiring everyone to go through those, was it David that said it? They're requiring everyone to go through those rapid scanners. Otherwise, if they refuse, they just say, oh, well, then you can't fly. Say something positive. Just don't talk to them, 523. I suppose that's how you could scorn women. Why do you want the hell hath no fury like the wrath of a woman scorned? You can get some scorned woman hot sauce, that would be good. You want to run away with me to Hawaii and open up a school? I've never been to Hawaii. You tell every woman you see that she's beautiful, 567. Hey, you're beautiful. I think you're hot. I mean, isn't that nice to hear? There's a lot of local issues going on, and David, what was it, 2012, he was in the papers. He was running for Washington representative. David and Rodney, David didn't appreciate his banter. I don't know what that is. I will be Jersey City Wade. I think that anything is possible, 976, and I think that you should pursue your dreams, whatever they may be. I'm not reading from a teleprompter, but I am reading from the chat room. No, I'm not 318. I'm not watching that show. Oh. Can we wrap it like that? It's almost long enough I could wrap it around my ear. Yeah, then I'd look like I had a beard. I could go like that. Be like a bearded lady. The bearded lady. You want me to read what's on CNN News? Oh, that wasn't a big high point in my life, 318, so I really don't recall. Republican Governor of Nevada Brian Sandoval is being considered for the Supreme Court. Huh. Wow. Pull it and fix it, both. 976. Yeah, well, the thing is, a community college only goes for 2 years, but a community college is a great place to jump into a 4-year school. So they have transfer degrees. So basically, you can get all of your prerequisites for the 4-year school at the community college for a lot less. Thank you, 71 characters. I will keep doing that. You haven't been out here in weeks and you feel like chat is out of control? I don't know. Inwa? Behave. I did not know that community colleges have 4-year degrees now. Most of them that I had been to only had 2-year degrees, but if they do have 4-year degrees, then I would say that it's pretty good. No, the people who took all their classes at university are not necessarily ahead of the people that took their prereqs via the community college, because it takes you 2 years either way, whether you're taking the classes at you just have to make sure that when you register for the classes at the community college, you have to make sure you're not just like, I'm going to take a random class. You have to make sure you're taking classes that will count as a prerequisite for a university. So, oh, you're at a community. Yeah, they do offer like RN programs. That's true. And those are 4 years. So it all depends on what you want to be. If you want to be an RN, a community college is a pretty good way to go. It's harder to take English comp at Harvard than it is at a random community college. Well, it might be harder to get into the class. Is that what you're saying, Monkey Times? I don't necessarily know. You're saying once you go from a community college up to Harvard, then you have to take English comp again? Oh, you believe teachers at high level universities are more demanding, more difficult? It's not been for you what you want to be, it's about what you want to learn. Well, it can be both, DTV, because if it's about what you want to learn or discover, you're like, ooh, I'm interested in this, ooh, I'm interested in that, ooh, I'm interested in this. And if you don't focus and narrow all of your interest into one field, then it can take you a lot longer to earn a degree, because most degrees are focused. Well, if it's about making money first, then you have to look at what career do you want to go into. And if you then, once you choose your career, then you have to back up from there. Well, if you want to go into a certain career, what degree do you need to get into that career? Yeah. Yeah, you have to take care of yourself and then learn. I'm a lifelong learner. I believe in learning all the time. Learning, teaching. It's a cycle. Yeah, go look for a job you like, then see what they require. Exactly, Monkey Times. I agree with that. Oh, that would be funny, 583. That's true, Nedscar. I don't know if having a degree from an Ivy League is. I think that part of it is about connections and connecting with other people who attend the Ivy League. No, I don't have any hot stock tips right now. I actually haven't checked my stock reports for a while. I'm hoping everything's okay. Yes, true, DTV. Learning is everything. Countdown till guest chat disabled. Yeah, it is all about the networks. Social networks are pretty amazing. I'm not 438. I enjoy my life very much. Well, 651, you might actually at least want to spell the word learning. That might help. Maybe David's getting some hot tea, coffee. That's good. Usually he's microwaving coffee. All right. Yeah, so many are going to those schools. It's crazy. Yeah, it's sad. Well, I think that we can have a homestead renewal plan that you can have a house. That would be really good, pegging. I know. Uh, it's all about the heat, I guess. No, 438. Yeah, and why I think that would happen. I know. I wish that were the case too, Albert. Very sad. Maybe you'll have to move to Mississippi. That would be good. I think it's expired 976. At least I don't plan on using it. Do not move to Mississippi. Monkey Times, I know you're right. What time is it? A few hours ago? Oh, well, that's good. Then stay where you're at if your home's paid for, Albert. But one of the other things you could do, Albert, is you could work to get David actually on the ballot in Louisiana. It might not be that difficult. I can give you some information. Oh, wait. I banned the wrong person. I'll undo that in a second. There we go. Alright. Totally. Always keeping the dream alive. Alright. It's pretty hilarious. Typing in purge message. Okay, Louisiana.
Okay, I'm just going to heat up my coffee and I'll be right there.
Well, if I ban spelling, then I would get your spelling is not very good. Oh well. Anyway, this is some of the information I have on Louisiana. So you can go there and you could work to get David on the ballot. So there's, in order to get on the primary ballot, let's see, we have to pay $50, $500. Or petition. So here's the thing, Albert, is if you would like to donate $500 to get David on the ballot in Louisiana, we can do that. At least that was the 2008 laws. So you can, or you can, you don't even have to do it to us. You could go down to the Secretary of State and pay the $500 to get David on and then we also have to get 8 electors. You don't have money to spare? See, that's the issue, isn't it? So many people don't have any money. If you had 50 people, if you could go ask 50 people to donate $10 a piece to getting David on the ballot in Alabama, or in Louisiana, there we go. So you could donate $10 right now and say, please use for ballot access in Louisiana. Then you could ask everybody you know to do the same, and if we got $500, we could do that. That's a good question. Why don't you ask her, 583? Okay, 318. Alright, well, 578, go have fun somewhere else. No, Inwa, there is not. Oh, wait. No. It's all good. Yeah, I'm sure you would, 917. Well, we can talk right now. It's not the same because other people are in the chat room chatting with me as well. I just had to sneeze. That's all. Well, David will play some music when he comes in. It's so funny. Well, if he did, wouldn't he say something else, 819? Well, I do believe in legalization of that act in law. Well, you don't have to be here then, 123. Yeah, it is sad that they don't allow write-ins, but I suppose we could use the money to get. Do you think if we got on the ballot in Louisiana, how many people would vote for us, Albert? Well, maybe that's because David wants to legalize marijuana, 123. Yeah, well, 819, it is what it is. Enjoy it. It's like a song that you just get in your head and you can't help it. You can always lead the discussion and we can talk about something else. Thank you, 870. I know it's Mongolian goat or something. Oh yes, I hear it's the year of the monkey. I love that song, Monkey Times. All right, awesome, Albert. Fantastic. I would say that I don't pick out one guy. I try not to, 607. Um, I would say that we could, if you can go out and campaign for us, Albert, that would be fantastic. Go tell, go tell 10 people every day about David. Well, you wouldn't be able to purchase me, but well, I believe in legalization. David believes in decriminalization in law. Well, he was 16 years old when he took it. Probably. Last night time it was Frankie, and now tonight it's Albert. Well, I guess I do target my conversations at people that I think are going to help our campaign. That's true. I don't know what you're talking about, 819. I don't know who that is, 383. All right. Thank you, Monkey Times. Thank you very much. Um, that's what you guys think, or 819 thinks. That's your own personal opinion. Yes, you have more to learn because to you have more to learn. That's what I would say. No. 590. Thank you, Explorist.
Okay, yeah, I moved the lights down a little bit because I thought that the angle was wrong in the lights, so now it's a little bit better. You look great.
Oh, good.
The lighting's a little more subdued here. Yeah, thank you. Hey, everybody, are you enjoying Sarah? I am extra sane. Thank you, the Explorist. Which is why I have your vote. Thank you so much. They say Psychology Today did a research on people who were taking on all these tough questions, conspiracy issues that we talk about on Monday and Tuesday. And they found out that people who are entertaining conspiracy issues, I call them issues, to kind of whitewash all of the hatred that people have toward anyone asking questions. Psychology Today said that they are the most sane people, more so than people that don't ask questions. So oftentimes when you don't face things head on, they become repressed feelings, repressed anger. You tend to hold things back and not deal with them face up in a real-time manner. That's when you start to go crazy. Sarah's not in any way going to waste her time listening to hatred here, so why don't you just stop saying negative things and you'll be a lot better off in life. I scream, you all scream. Nope, not in denial. In fact, I've been dealing with life's issues harder than most people. I lost my parents at the age of 40. I mean, I spent every day of my life up until the age of 40 practically integrated closely with my mom and dad, and was very pleased to have spent 40 years with them when I did. I feel bad for you guys who don't. I heard the story about talcum powder. Yes. Big lawsuit levied against the talcum powder company for causing ovarian cancer. I believe it was 10 million in penalties, or 60 million in penalties and 10 million in damages. Huge amount. Huge amount. Yeah, so when I turned 40, of course, when I met Sarah at the age of 38, and she was 20 when I met her, and she still looks very young. I was very fortunate, and I spent a long time to meet her on the internet. I didn't waste my time. I was meeting lots of people on the internet, as she was as well. You can X out of that. I'm done talking about the F-35. And Sarah and I met on the internet back in 1998. And that has been almost an 18-year relationship that really helped both of us and blossomed. She got a chance to meet my parents and spent about 2 years with my mom and dad before they passed on. But not many people face that kind of adversity solely. I was the one that handled my entire parents' affairs. Everyone in my family, including my sister Connie, was too busy with their life. And I was the one that handled the brunt of the loss of both of my parents within a short period of time, about 5 months. No, I met her in 1998. 1998. We can't stop. Yeah, let's do some fun stuff and get into our next segment of the show, which is to take on news issues. So let's wrap up the level of fun stuff. Do you see any stories that might come in, Sarah? Just mention them to me, and I will add them to the show. Tonight we have a little audio version of our theme song, and it's kind of a cool song because it's reminiscent of what we are all about. We just will not stop trying to build this political movement. There's nothing that's going to hold us back, and we're going to keep it up. So let's play the Can't Stop by Scissor Fight and just get into the mood of a big hump day here on Wasteful Wednesday. Thank you.
We won't stop, we're gonna dance all night, bring it on to the sunlight. We can't stop, 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 and we won't stop. We're gonna dance all night, bring it on to the sunlight. We can't stop, we can't stop,
So let's be clear.
In this coming election year, please vote for David Sponheim, America's Third Party.
We'll do the low impact dance here. You don't have to get up. You can walk around.
We're gonna dance all night, bring it on to the sunlight. We can't stop, 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 and we won't stop.
In this coming election year, please vote for David Sponheim, America's Third Party.
We can't stop, we can't stop, we can't stop, and we won't stop. We're gonna dance all night, bring it on to the sunlight. We can't stop, we can't stop, we can't stop, we can't stop.
All right, that was a Can't Stop by Scissor Fight. Yeah, it's kind of evocative of the endless contest of challenging the censorship that's in the media and trying to break through the ice of corruption that's formulated, calcified the very arteries of politics and freedom and democracy. The arteries of our great nation are clogged with corruption. And the free press does not work very well. The free press is very stifled. And there's no way you can tell me we've got freedom of speech in this country when Apple wants to, Apple is being asked by people like Trump to to reveal their data. The FBI wants all data on your phones. It's crazy. I've never done my show pantless. No, never. It's a Miley Cyrus song? I did not know that. Really? Have you heard Miley Cyrus sing that song? Well, it's funny, Miley Cyrus has not monetized it. We haven't heard that monetization signal on that one song on YouTube. We certainly don't want to do that. We don't want to take Miley Cyrus's song. No, I'm not talking about Trump. The news is Trump's gotten all the free press he could ever want. I've gotten nothing. Not same old BS, man. It's just you waking up to the reality that I'm still here. Yeah. And you can't stop coming in here, no matter what your reason is. I don't talk about Trump. I respond to the issues that you guys seem to have about him. The fact that I do mention all the negative things about him on our show, it bothers a lot of you, doesn't it? So naturally you'd tell me to not talk about Trump. Well, I can't stop talking about Trump, especially since he had all this free press. What is your point on free enterprise? I want free enterprise. I want less restrictions on small businesses. And I also, oh, come on, man. I'm just going to ban you from the show. I'll ban 200,000 people just to get you out of the show. Here we go. Bye. I would never ban 200,000 people, but that's just the nature of this network, how it works. No, cutting Medicare is not a solution. I agree. Medicare Advantage was a good program. It cost $350 billion, though. There's a lot of people in the healthcare industry, Guest 372, that really are charging too much. So one of our ideas is to actually bring in mobile medical units in every city. Yes, it's an older idea, but if you haven't heard about this idea, I've had it since 2007, and thankfully Donald Trump has not taken this idea. Whew. I might still have one idea left. It's one of my favorite too, because it's at the heart of the crisis in waste in government. As you probably know, social services and Medicaid, Medicare are costing our nation way more than they should. And it's because of a greedy, corrupt healthcare industry that we have this problem. So we anticipate building mobile medical units like this one. This is the Minnesota Mobile Medical Unit there, outside of Rochester. And of course, that's my stomping ground. My family came from Minnesota. My dad he grew up there in North Dakota and Minnesota. Anyway, they've got a really good van there that shows you exactly what I'm going to do. But let me, outside of this extension that's sitting outside, it's like a slide out. We'll have an additional tent structure like that will form a very nice tent around it. We'll have a little security guard standing here, guarding it with his bio uniform on. And he'll have, all the abilities to defend the location. In the back, we'll have a medical marijuana supply depot. There people can go in and get medical marijuana. And we'll also put a little LED TV on the side of the unit where you can watch things while you sit in a fairly comfortable outdoor chair setup. I'm not sure how we're going to do it, but maybe 2 rows of these things. And again, everything under a nice tent, providing rain protection. Pretty cool. Anyway, the concept is very real, that this unit will cost right around $5 million. Times 200 units equals $1 billion in production cost, and deployment for 1 year, $1 billion. We plan on making a return on investment, making money back from the existing system, which will be a very good return if you go there and you're not a veteran, because this will be implemented in the Veterans Association, the Veterans Administration. It'll be a mobile medical VA fusion project. We'll be using initial funds from the slush fund, the super fund that was allocating $135 billion in 2007. I think I'll find $1 billion there. It shouldn't be that hard to get the billion going. But the operating expenses will be based on a copay of $30 per person. And you'll be able to, if you're not a veteran, have to pay the $30 or sign a waiver saying you have no money, in which case Medicaid funds would be used to finance the running of it. These people that will be trained on here, EMT professionals, emergency medical technicians, will cost no more than $25 an hour, much lower than the pay of many nurses. So many nurses who just don't like the idea of doing this won't do it. But we'll get a lot of young nurses to join in and become EMTs. And you can train in our program. We'll have a 6-week to 6-month certification program. You can train at your local community college to be a trained unit manager. Now, by the way, thank you very much, DTV. My fans love me. People who come into our room that are really embracing these great ideas have been waiting for years in the Democratic Party for a person like me to kind of deliver good, solid plans for this country, where it doesn't waste your tax dollars. And that's Republicans are going to listen to that too. I've got all the hit points and all the ideas. Everything on our platform is designed to not only win the election, but solve America's problems. And that's what makes it so powerful. And that's why they won't give me any place in the media. That's why they won't allow an honest man to run for public office in this country. It's the most dangerous thing this nation could ever have, is an honest person running for president right now, in the eyes of the corrupt people that are running this country, the cronies. And you know, in the healthcare industry, there's nothing but corruption. This will be free of corruption. We will have people that are genuine, concerned about health and well-being of people. We'll have a preventative medicine system. We'll have a pill machine that will actually auto-deliver generic medicine, as well as somebody in the medical marijuana section to manage that and sale of medical marijuana, to finance the operations of this system. Medical marijuana will be a big beneficial aspect, and the recreational marijuana dispensaries will grow in the free enterprise system everywhere, like in Colorado and Oregon, California. Actually, California doesn't have many still. They have a few medical marijuana dispensaries, but recreational legalization will definitely trigger medicinal aspects as well as just a boost in our economy. I did, yeah. I have done it in the past. I smoked marijuana once when I was in 1981 for the first time. I was 21 years old. And I have a tested IQ of 185, so I figured I might as well just go ahead and drop a few IQ points smoking for a short period of time. I don't think it affects your IQ long term. In fact, studies have proven that marijuana doesn't alter your level of intelligence. It changes your frame of reference, and it changes the dynamic of the frontal lobe of your brain. That's all it does. You can't tell me it affects your intelligence. But anyway, in reference to how the benefits are outweighing all the negative aspects of smoking marijuana, which would be possible damage to your lungs, no one has ever died from an overdose of marijuana. No one has ever attributed lung cancer to marijuana. These are strong statistics that make me want to legalize it because it is medicinal and it doesn't pose any long-term physical addictions. You won't have a come-down reaction like anybody coming down off alcohol or cigarettes, where you know how bad that is. That can be serious. Or heroin. I mean, God, we got more heroin on the streets in America than we do medical marijuana right now. I'm not kidding. Our country has been supporting a war in Afghanistan, which is ultimately designed, and they don't tell you this, the mainstream media, designed to make the CIA close to $50 billion in profit on opium. And you can tell your mom and dad, hey, mom and dad, the word is on the street that our military is actually harvesting the opium. That's a big thing to talk about. Yeah, the mainstream media won't talk about it. That's why our presence there has been continued on and why Obama rubber-stamped the presence in Afghanistan. I want to protect the populated regions in the area of the Middle East that we are currently involved in. But I don't want to throw human lives at this problem into the future, especially from the U.S. military. More automation, weapons-free defense zones that I've been talking about, weapons-free safe zones, I've been talking about this for 7 or 8 years, could be developed if we have the collateral benefit of their workers in the Iraqi army or the Afghanistan army. But if we can't get them on board, then the ideas may not get off the ground. But bottom line is, we do need to bring our troops home. Oh, hi, you worked with a guy who went to high school with you named Mike? Really? That's very interesting. I've been looking up a guy named, well, I'm not going to tell you his name online, but there was a man in high school that really kind of blew me away. Yeah, young man, he was really ugly, frankly, one of the ugliest guys I've ever seen in my life. And I'm not going to tell you his name. I don't think his name was Mike. But I'll tell you, he amazed me. He had 2 businesses going. He was extremely friendly with people. I'll never forget that guy. He had a lot of friends. No, he impressed me with his attitude. He was just so amazingly assertive. I'm getting over a cold. Yeah, believe me, this cold from hell that you Washingtonians have gotten, I'm not the only guy. We had a guy in the room the other night that got one. It is serious, man. It comes in like, oh, there's no problem. No, there's no cold. For 3 days, I was like swimming with just a little light feeling in my chest. And then, boom, whole head fills up with mucus. Can't stop sneezing without sneezing. You know the feeling of wanting to sneeze and you can't sneeze is terrible. Your eyes are watering. I mean, hard to breathe at night. Hardly any sleep. Without an antihistamine or something, I was kind of like... So, anyway, 2 days of that. And then it still wants to hang out in my bronchioles. So it's got that whole thing going on. So it's designed to kill old people. That's pretty obvious. Lucky for me, I'm not old. Well, believe me, the sheikhs, with the sheikh of one of the sheikhs in Saudi Arabia, like I said, has openly said that if Trump wins, Saudi Arabia and the Gulf states will not do business with the U.S. Pot actually has no effect on me whatsoever. It's... Other than making me feel good, I only vape now. I don't smoke a marijuana cigarette or anything like that. But vaping has been a very minimal resin potential. It's been pretty good. I got this technology device, a Cloudpore M3, that's pretty cool. It's one of these stainless steel battery-operated vaporizers. I vape herb. Yeah, non-addictive herb. I don't do drugs. Never been a drug addict, never did any addictive drugs. I did have an addiction to nicotine when I was born. My mother smoked 10 cigarettes a day, and she used to brag about it to the family. She says, oh, by the way, David, I only smoked 10 cigarettes a day when I had you. It's like, Mom, I was jonesing for a cigarette when I was born. I swear I had this weird natural attraction to ashtrays. I can't explain it. But then later I realized that what she had done was really quite deleterious to my health. It probably dropped my body weight. I would have been about 6'7". I would have been 6'7". Instead, I'm only 6'4". I would have been 280. I'm only 225 pounds. Anyway, let me take you for a walk over to the mobile medical unit. Okay, so basically you're going to be walking into this section right here where you'll get a blood prick test. You put your finger in a little blood prick and it'll come up with an automated computerized model. So you'll actually get a diet plan. You'll have pre-existing condition analysis done on your blood. And it's completely sanitary. Don't have to worry. Yeah. And we'll get our guys to give you plenty of assistance. We'll have a refreshment section there. There's even going to be a kiosk. We're going to sell refreshments so that we can actually finance some of the operations off the refreshments we sell. Great idea. Am I right? Thank you. Thank you very much. The LED TV will be playing some pretty cool videos, and you'll be able to see some stuff that'll keep your mind active while you sit there waiting to get your number called. It is safer than smoking tobacco, big time. No, these are health care solutions. That's what these are. And they're low cost. Because right now, doctors charge $500 an hour, like high-priced lawyers. Nurses are the hardest working people out there. My mom was a nurse, and I admire all the nurses that can continue to help people, but you're working in pretty bad administrated conditions. A lot of nurses having to deal with bad administrators, and they charge too much. So when the mobile medical unit kicks into gear, I'll reach over to Congress on a daily basis and start pitching them on the idea of our public option and getting a national public option on board where people could pay as little as $60 a month per person for full medical and full dental care. Yeah. That includes some cosmetic work. If you have a broken tooth here, they could fill a chip in with a little bit of composite as opposed to silver amalgam. But if you've got one back here, we're going to say silver amalgam unless you want to pay extra. That's the deal. And by the way, silver amalgam is safe in my opinion, even though you may disagree. I've looked at the stats. Even a person who's concerned about their health, I've chosen to go with silver amalgam because it lasts 26 years versus 7. And if you're like me, you don't like to sit there in the dentist chair with your head back going, and the guy cracking jokes, and then he's making these stupid jokes like he's, AM radio disc jockey kind of guy, with no humor at all. And you got to go, I mean, what do you do? So $50 a tooth, too. Everybody will expect to see those kind of out-of-the-pocket payments at this location. We'll have a dentist on staff, too, here. I'm hoping to build that into the model. But $50 a tooth would be what you'd pay for a tooth extraction or a tooth filling. Pretty good deal, huh? More public doctors, more services provided directly to you, and it won't affect the private healthcare system at all. That's the best part about the MMU system I have in place for America. I'm looking forward to it. And God knows it's a good deal, I know. I've seen the downside of this. 688. I've been on one ballot here in Washington, officially. No, I'm not a big spender like Bernie. He's a socialist who wants to spend your tax dollars. I won't do any of that. I don't want to tax you for any of this. None of this will be financed from tax dollars. It's coming out of an existing super fund, and then it'll pay for itself with the sale of medical marijuana, concessions, filtered water drinks for people that are dehydrated. Yeah, we'll even have a free water fountain with filtered water in it for people who are just desperate for something unflavored. We don't want anyone to dehydrate. And we'll have a water filter system. There will be portable bathrooms here, too. And, of course, Veronica. What are you talking about, Veronica? It's called the VA Superfund. Look it up. There's still money in it. It's fun, yes. The Superfund. Fund. They're working on rebuilding many different VA hospitals right now with the Superfund. It's not completely tapped out. It was apportioned in 2007, and there's $135 billion originally in it. So not more than $2 billion. That's all I'm asking. Government could be gone in 30 years. Maybe. It's possible. There's a good possibility that there will be a democratic revival in our nation before the end is near. And that democratic revival could be right now, right here with me. We could actually be building the building block of a sustainable and future economy that could very well solve America's problems, get our troops home, and a private corporation sitting in our government nesting called the Federal Reserve, and bring back the concept of liberty, equality, and most of all, sustainability. So yeah, you're right. Government could be almost dwindling to the point where it doesn't even have an active role in the functionality of our society. Roar. Nope, not Hitler, dude. I never read Hitler's speeches like Donald Trump did. I was not into that. So, yeah. I understand there was a book called Mein Kampf posted in my public library. And he wrote that. And it was one of the banned book. It was on the banned book exhibit. And I looked at it in the front case, and it was the center book, right at the top. Mein Kampf, and then all the... So I called the Snow Isle Library System and complained, and I filed a formal letter with them. I said, why are you promoting Mein Kampf? And the lady said, oh, because it's banned book day. Well, why don't you put Uncle Tom's Cabin in there? I mean, why would you put Mein Kampf in the center? I mean, many people who are sensitive to the death of the innocent ethnic minorities who died there are going to be upset. And she said, "I'm sorry, sir, but I can't do anything about that." Yeah. Couple links here. For good video. For a good video, go to America's Third Party. Yeah, if you guys have any problems with the capacity servers that coming into the show, go there in the beginning of our show. If you're having problems getting in. Okay? Well, let's be clear. Third party. Yeah. Let's party. You're disappointed in me? I've been appeasing you constantly. You're the only person I've been appeasing tonight. How could you be disappointed in me? Isn't that funny? You know, we've got such a... Our society's become so expectant of so much. Remember when JFK said, "Ask not what your country can do for you. Ask what you can do for your country." Now it's more like, continue asking and ask some more. And maybe it might give you something. So all of you just want services. I get that. Why do you think I have great ideas like the mobile medical units? You know? Come on. So yeah, we will implement it through the VA, and it will be a way to save, I'm going to estimate close to $60 billion off the cost of the Medicaid funds right now. Yeah, $60 billion. And that's significant, considering I just saved you $24 billion on ending agencies like the CPS, TSA, and the CDC. So $21 billion. So we're at, I estimated $80 billion. You know, I'm going to round everything up to about $600 billion when I include stopping the $1 trillion military budget and bringing it down to realistic terms of $500 billion. So far, I think I've saved close to $600 billion in our show. Isn't that great? Now, again, the public option, which will be non-mandatory, and if you don't have to pay for it, you can go to the mobile medical units. They'll be available for you. Anybody who needs free health care will have it available, all right? I'm concerned about all of you because I've been through living hell with doctors. Not me personally, but helping other people. I know how bad it is. Yes, the Saudis are right on the edge of World War III. They've got probably 350,000 troops at the corner, poised to just enter into countries like Iraq or Iran or, okay. War games are slated with 20 nations. Isn't that nice? Yeah. Well, I know that the Saudi government has been pretty much had their own agenda while they traded oil with us. We knew that. You know, I am in no way a socialist. I resent that. And I'm sorry I purged you, 311. That was not you. That was not intentional. Thank you. I wish I could unpurge you. It should be a system where I could do that. You're impressed? Thank you. Acid DJ says, do an impersonation of a guy who used to troll our show by the name of Beep Beep Beep. Well, he sounded like this.
Hi, Sarah. How are you? How's the lovely Sarah tonight?
and he made comments to me like,
"Hey, Disco, get a job."
You know, and we just didn't have him in the show anymore. You like that? Cool. Now, I'm not going to tell you who I just impersonated, because if I did, he might, you know, get upset. All right, so I'm not going to take away your porn either. I'm not going to ask Apple to pry open their encrypted data, which, by the way, those phones sell because of their ability to encrypt. You'd think Trump would understand the business world. Oh, that's right. Sale of his ties are down this year. Where are they? I don't know. Let's verify. Do you know if Trump's ties have increased sales recently? No, he doesn't. In fact, I'm more capable of ripping into him and carving out a few little orifices verbally than he is for me, because there's not a lot to attack me on. He's got a litany of things to basically pick apart in a debate. We've got an important call from a person by the name of Foreskin. Go ahead, Foreskin. What's your question?
Yeah, man. I want to talk to you about what's going on in the Middle East right now.
Yeah, go ahead.
All right. So I just wanted to say, you know, like, what's up with all these niggers
Whoa, Foreskin, you are not allowed to talk about the N-word on our show. Folks, ban that from your ears. Do a self-extraction of that word. You know, only Obama can say that word in his podcasts. We're not allowed to say that word, obviously, for fear of being judged as racist. So if you're white and you say that word, it just doesn't work. Only Obama can do it. Saudis launch a massive war game with 20 nations, folks.
Northeastern Saudi Arabia. The news agency did not provide much information on what the exercise entails, but it called it the largest in the region's history.
Okay, well, you know, this is probably in anticipation of pushing Iran back and telling them, you know, mortal enemies. Folks, I in no way encourage racism, and I've never said a racial slur in my life. I've never said that N-word. I would never do that. I was actually an integrationist. So when I did a blackface video, many people were kind of shocked that, you know, I even did that, but I thought people understood what freedom of speech was. I didn't realize I was living in a Nazi or communist nation when I did the blackface video. And I don't think a lot of Democrats realize this country is, you know, leaning toward communism, and the Democrats are leaning toward communism. I think they're kind of lulled into believing that this is racist or something when it's not. This is an actual period of time in American history where many people like Al Jolson, the greatest entertainer of all times, spent his entire life dedicated to entertaining people, and it was fun, and it's one of the reasons why black entertainment even evolved. So to say that I'm a racist because I'm evoking a time when American history, for 40 years of time, when American history was being made, the Democrats are so politically correct that they can't even allow a historical record of 40 years. So in no way is blackface prejudiced, in my opinion. It's just simply an opportunity for me to impersonate a president. And it's ironic that we have to deal with people like that, these Democrats. I told myself I'm not going to say Democrats anymore. So I'm sorry I called you Democrats. All right? I'm not afraid to apologize, unlike your president. Listen, I can do a pretty good mammy. I didn't know Al Jolson, but I can do a pretty good impersonation. The flat tax is something I support, okay? I was the one that put together the 10-10 plan a day before Herman Cain came up with the 9-9 plan. I'm not easy. I'm not easy. Well, no, Mein Kampf is not history. No, it was called Banned Book Day. Read it, but don't read the book. You know, I could do a Glenn's Room impersonation. Do you want me to just sit and do impersonations for a while? Would that make you feel good? Maybe some of you would like to go into the medical marijuana dispensary once I develop it. You probably could use to chill out a little bit after a full week of working at the fast food joint. You know, I get funny comments in our chat room, folks. If you're watching this at Archive, they get people talking about me being hung like a horse, and others, people saying I'm some sort of I've got chickpeas between my legs. It's kind of funny. I'm serious. I mean, they're literally the chatters are that out of it that they're trying to make fun of my body part, my massive body part. It's kind of ironic. I'm just telling the viewers, in recorded history, people are going to look back and go, what did you have to put up with, Dave, to do this? Well, I spent 7,000 hours talking interactively with the American people. And in the process, they got to know me 100%. Who I am, what I sound like, what my ideas are. I've used this medium to its maximum potential. And I really have enjoyed this. This has been a two-way street for me. It's more like me watching your retardation. And no offense to some of you who are suffering from retardation. And me coming up with the best stellar ideas the country could ever have. It's almost like Pinky meets the brain. It's amazing. Yeah. Pinky and the brain. I'm leading a party, yes. My third party is going to be an amazing counterpart to what we've had with the two-party system. An interactive, living political entity, which can change over time. And you people with 2/3 majority will make the decisions. I've even said that if 2/3 of the American people want something, I will move in that direction. Are you with me? So daily, we will have an interactive show from the White House, providing you interactive conversations, at least 1 hour a day. We've talked about this. And I'm not going to in any way back down on that. I will even do it from inside the Air Force One if I'm traveling. I'll get a headset and I'll get online, we'll chat. And we're going to give you a much more interaction transparency than Barack Obama ever did. I am opening the eyes of a lot of people right now. And it's only because we have the ability to share good ideas that people are finally waking up. So I want all of you to realize the importance of this idea we call the third party, because there's no way we're going to pull this off with a two-party system. They're not going to do it. They are unable to comprehend the kind of fiscally conservative ideas that I'm proposing. Now, I just shaved $600 billion off of our budget, talking about eliminating $500 billion off of the current military budget, NDAA, yet maintaining a standing defense of unmanned vehicles that are much more disposable in nature and, yes, cheaper made. But if we lose them in battle, they're not the end of the world. And many, many more capable unmanned vehicles on the ground that can fight wars where soldiers won't be needed to be sent into harm's way. Plus, definitely avoiding collateral damage with bad signaling. Right now, a lot of our military operations are not checked and balanced with signals on the ground. And I know we did a lot of work in Iraq trying to eliminate a lot of those weapons of mass destruction. Unfortunately, Bush never found any weapons of mass destruction. He instead ignored a cache of weapons that was so large, they were basically high-grade explosives. Some people say it was a massive load as high as 350,000 tons of high-grade explosives. Well, the work that the Iraqi soldiers and the American soldiers who died there accomplished is we managed to get half of those explosives out of Iraq. So that was a good positive thing. You do have a lot of experience with heckling. It's true, Marla. Enemas for everybody? Well, colonics, I don't think are part of the deal. We could give you a kit to take home with you, an experiment with your own enema. A guaranteed enema. It wouldn't matter if Ben Carson is on the show. I've been doing this for every show, every night for the past 7 years. I have had no mainstream media attention. Ben Carson was the poster child of the black Republican. He got all the free attention. Donald Trump got all the free attention. I've got nothing, folks. I've been censored for 7 years. And all CNN will do is do an anecdotal statement saying this guy is a bizarre fringe candidate. They won't talk about any of our ideas. They won't discuss any of the great concepts that we've worked on and honed to help this nation. They won't even mention the third party. They just call me a bizarre fringe candidate. So it's amazing how you kind of have, it's late afternoon, thank you. It's kind of lost your way. You don't realize that the censorship is so great in our country that we don't have a democracy. When I talk about an interactive chat show for the White House, you people won't get that with any of the other candidates. You'll be lucky if you get a chance to see a glimpse of the Oval Office if Trump wins it. Hillary won't allow you to see what she's doing behind closed doors. I mean, are you kidding me? None of you have any idea how serious this issue is. We wouldn't have had this problem had we had good presidents up to this point. But now I have to be the only guy who steps out of the entire envelope of normal political activity to bring you what you want. And yes, you do have to go to the blog to find me. I'm sorry. I'm not angry. I'm just frustrated because Ben Carson can pick up 3,500 viewers in a second. I've worked my way to this viewership we have today. It's been a long road. Long road coming. But the nice thing is we are waking up a lot of the American people. That's the good thing. All right, great. We have a lot of different slogans, like new renewable energy solutions for our country. We have this vertical windmill idea I'll talk about tomorrow on Technology Thursday. one of many ideas we have. And of course, don't forget that I'll be the only candidate out there pushing for legalization of marijuana. When Bernie gets knocked out of the race by Hillary, because Bernie only acquired this idea just about 2 months ago. Donald has not made a solemn commitment to legalization of recreational marijuana. It's unlikely he's going to do it either. Don't forget to remember that we are the number one cutting edge idea factory. That we came up with the ideas that Donald Trump is using today in his election run. We are probably, benefiting in some ways because many of you think that, wow, I like the 1,000-mile fence idea too. I don't think Donald can build a wall. Meow TV was in the room earlier saying there's no way. I haven't discussed the Fukushima solution yet. It's coming. Hold on. There's no way that the wall can be built in, a short period of time with Donald's plan. It's like an 8-year plan, Meow TV was saying. I'll be able to build the wall within a year. 25 to 50 miles a day is how fast we're going to be moving along in mobile trailer systems with prison crews of unmanned or prison crews of illegal aliens that are currently costing our nation $25 billion a year. That's another savings of $25 billion. So I'm up to $625 billion off the budget. By the end of the night, I'm going to get to $1 trillion off the budget. And I'm going to have a zero deficit by 2017. We started with a big chunk of reducing from $1 trillion in the military budget to $500 billion. But we'll get to the new numbers soon. Okay, I was looking for a picture of the White House. And I'm going through my library here, getting a little frustrated that it's not popping up. So instead, I'm going to talk about the worst ecological disaster in human history. Ladies and gentlemen, from Fukushima, Japan, I bring you the leaking radiation dump. Dun 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 dun. Okay. I know, you don't want to talk about radiation. Let's talk about it. This is a serious problem. This area right here is leaching 6 swimming pools a day of radiation into the ocean. Radiated water, I should say. And that radiated water is coming off of Mount Fukushima. Okay, why don't you communicate with these people separately? Yeah. I don't talk about 5 subjects, and I thought I banned you. I talk about 25 subjects every night. You just aren't only listening for 5 of them. All right, let's take a look at what we're going to do. We have a plan to actually dig a large trench around the 5 reactors that are currently leaching radiation. The product in the ground is corium. So we're going to dig a large circle around this bay right here. This is the bay which is toxic. And we don't want toxicity, so I'm going to put a hash mark there. What we want to do is dig a large trench and use that ground to navigate water around it, so there is no leaching through the radiated groundwater. That's a number 1 plan. And we'll use this technique to also make sure that we have plenty of dirt to build a large carapace on top of the reactors itself. Now we'll start with reactor number 4, which has spent fuel rods, the ground, and a leaching of the groundwater. I don't know if they've dropped or not, but we'll find out. We will also provide a tunneling system to get into the reactor. When we lay the dirt, we'll be laying them over a tunnel which will provide access to underside. So, oh, it's not good. Let me draw that for you. Thank you. Sillyheim? I'm trying to save the ocean from being contaminated, and you're calling me Sillyheim? No, I don't talk about Trump or pot very much anymore. I've cut back on my talking about Trump and pot. Did Trump ever smoke pot? Has anybody heard him commit to smoking pot ever in his life? Can any of you answer that question for me that seem to be loving Trump constantly? Please. Has Trump smoked pot ever? Did he say he tried it? Anyone? Well, Maybe Trump hasn't. Have you asked him if he smoked pot? So tubes like this could be safety zones that could bring unmanned vehicles in to kind of harvest a lot of that corium out of there. Now, I'm planning on building a reactor here in America that if the Japanese government likes this reactor, it'll be a breeder reactor, one breeder reactor we're going to build near Yucca Flats to get rid of the spent fuel rods that are currently in about 104 nuclear reactors around the country. And I want to make sure that we build it right there at Yucca Flats so we can utilize the $7 billion program that was put in place by Bush and terminated by Barack Obama. Okay, let me see. Trump has never smoked pot, cigarettes, he stayed away from it all, drank anything. Now, I find that rather hard to believe. All right, now we're going to create a wall around this mound of dirt that would provide like a water wall connecting what should be an abandoned aircraft carrier, which still is in wet dock, by the way. I checked it out down in Galveston. The USS Forrestal was decommissioned. It was a 1967 battleship, famous for its battles in Vietnam. It's been decommissioned, but we can still tugboat it over there and then drop it into the water and sink it, and locking up that opening right there, which is essential. So this whole idea with a fast breeder reactor can reduce the amount of radiation by 97%, making Fukushima a resolved problem by 2020, by the end of my term. Thank you. Hi, Sir Waffles. Thank you for coming in. Well, would you trust a guy who doesn't want to legalize pot to be your president when 20 states in the union are already moving toward legalization? Would you trust a woman like Hillary who won't legalize pot either? I mean, like I said, it took Bernie almost his entire life to realize it's good for people. Trust time. That's right. Trust time. Get behind trust time. I want to legalize marijuana as the first thing I do as president because of the need for all of you to have a growing new economy. Not at all. In fact, I would not be afraid of losing control of my senses if I was at the end of the day, say I worked 18 hours and I decided to vaporize a little bit of an indica, for instance. I could still fully function in the event I have the nuclear football and get a phone call. I'd be laying there going, do you have any like really good munchies? Ring, ring, ring. Whoa, what's that, dude? I'm just kidding. I thought I'd make a joke. But not a lot of people have a sense of humor anymore. Hey, Dave, please play this video the world needs to see. Okay, cool. Thank you. Sativa is good for work. I agree. You could actually move from the indica stage to the sativa rapidly. I would say to
I had to see Trump up.
I would actually ask some of my staff to, could you hand me my sativa vaporizer, please? Because I really need to get my act together. Indica is relaxing, and the sativa makes you want to work constantly. Oh yeah, if you have a problem with insomnia, definitely consider it. Okay, I'm going to be doing some exercises. I don't want to waste any time on Wasteful Wednesday, so I'm going to be working on. We must develop our. No, that's not it. A little bit of pec exercises, because I noticed that, barring not doing push-ups, my normal regime of push-ups while I've got a cold has prevented me from actually retaining my body, total sculpted veneer that I'm working on. So I think just doing this might help, or maybe some isometric exercise. Your life is a waste if you don't wake up real soon, guess 146. I don't want you moping around the house when you're 45 going, I don't want a job, Mom. There's nothing to do anyway. I want you to have an active, possible job in your area. Whether it's installing solar panels or doing gardening or helping with a homestead renewal plan, you got to have something to do. Or if you just want to sit there and turn into a vegetable, that's your choice, right? I'm not going to tell you what to do, but I want your options to be available. The American people need options. That's how we work. That's how we roll. Yeah. David Optionheim. Yeah. David Optionheim, everybody. Many people are single-minded in their approach to the chat room. We don't respond to negative criticism at all. So if you're looking at kind of rolling a hatred thing going on here, whether you hate gay people or black people or Jewish people, that doesn't charge our battery. We don't respond to that. I knew I'd get your guff there. I got your guff there, buddy. Dave, play the video. Tell me what you think of the American people. Let's take a look. We're going to take a look at some of the people that are supporting Trump. This should be interesting. They're probably in our room right now, the people that were interviewed.
Close. So I headed to one of his rallies and got to hear from some die-hard trumpeters.
I think he's the only candidate on the Republican side who's actually going to build a wall.
And who's going to make him pay for it?
He's going to make China. And you know what? People say, oh, you can't make China pay for it. You know what? That's a bunch of horse crap. It's pretty easy to make China pay for it. China will be paying for the wall.
Shouldn't Mexico pay for the wall?
Oh, Mexico, sorry.
Either way.
It doesn't matter.
One of those countries is paying for that wall.
One of those countries is paying for that wall.
Donald Trump is inaugurated. He becomes president of the United States. What's behind that curtain?
Defeation of ISIS.
Defeation of ISIS?
Yes.
What should we do to ISIS?
Bomb the out of them.
Where officially should we bomb ISIS?
Probably like Israel area, but not necessarily there, but around the area.
I think he's going to help with the ISIS.
What's he going to do with the ISIS?
He can't tell us right now.
If he tells everybody, then the next thing you know, somebody else is going to copy what he says.
They knew their Trump.
Well, that says it all right there. Now, some people are saying in the chat room that, oh, these people are just paid to do this, to stand up there and be stupid. Well, smart people vote for Sponheim. You know, many people don't realize I have a higher IQ than Einstein. And probably as high as well, I have 1 point higher than Stephen Hawking, actually. He has a tested IQ of 184. Mine's an IQ of 185. I'm not bragging, I'm actually complaining. So please don't judge me for my massive intelligence. Thank you. I don't want to lord over you with it, but you need a smart guy to figure out the problems facing the country. IQ is very relevant. Einsteinheim. I've already come up with Optionheim, and you got a lot of other good Heims that you're working on. I know the Trumpheim thing didn't really go very well with me, but you know, many of you want to fantasize that Trump has an IQ similar to mine, but he doesn't. You know, I don't need a new test. I found that my intelligence is growing in areas that can't be tested. As I got older, I began realizing that I was kind of picking up on information that was almost surreal or inspired by almost an unknown force. I began doing things that kind of brought me to information. I can do a search on the internet, which is fine. But I really go into libraries, and I can find information rather quickly just walking into a library. And I don't even use the Dewey Decimal System. I use a thing called intuition. And that's why Intuitionheim is another big factor here. I use my intuition daily. I wouldn't even be pursuing this presidential race if I didn't believe I could be successful at it. Intuitionheim has given me this ability. I think when you do enough information gathering over the years, you begin to piece things together. Your mind makes logical connections that are relevant versus irrelevant. If, for instance, you are artificial intelligence and you're making a series of assessed judgments based on a series of arrays in a matrix analysis, you would automatically choose the most effective array that gives open access to your bus terminals, giving you equal access to continue formulating positive scenarios. But if you deduce that that is the incorrect scenario, your mind will then become more like a chess map. The game of chess is very similar. There are 350,000 permutations in every move at any one particular stage of a chess match. If I were looking in advance of any potential political rival and ask which solutions are the best to challenge this person, I would come up with a platform just like that we have at our site, America's Third Party. Everything on that platform is simple, to the point, and aggressively addresses both the left and the right and their inability to solve problems. This is one of the best aspects of our party. We're a centrist party, which has formulated the easiest and simplest plan to be the most effective plan for reviving our nation. Simplicity is the key to solving America's problems. Not complicated bureaucracy coming out of the Democrats, not letting corporations like the Republicans want to unleash the power of Donald Trump, the borrowing and credit expansion policies of the Republicans and Donald Trump and all the other corporate buyout experts. I am not like those corporate elitists. I won't allow greed and avarice to devour whatever equity is left in our country. Right now, we see states starting to eat themselves alive. People like Chris Christie, they're literally selling off edifices in New Jersey just to pay the minimum payments on their debt. We've got to stop this debt crisis, and that's what Wasteful Wednesday is going to address. Now, as president, I will issue a comprehensive plan to the governors that I think could be implemented to save money at the local level. These are going to be ideas only, no mandatory ideas. All these ideas are not in any way required, but they're going to be a good laundry list of ideas to save money. Case in point, the assessor's office. An office in every county in America that could easily be replaced by a simple computer program like they have at realty.com or realtor.com. There's a simple way of assessing the value of a house, and that's looking at the square footage of the house and the square footage of the property and the assessed market value combined, and they come up with an assessed value. There is no need for an assessor's office in the modern times that we're living in. We don't need a lot of wasted paperwork, too. There's ways that we could actually minimize paperwork at the government level that will save millions of dollars on their budgeting. With the modern day conveniences and backup redundant server capability, we will be able to save a lot of paperwork issues that are currently plaguing our state governments. Trimming the budget at the state level will help this country trim its budget on a national level. No question about it. But there's no way that we're going to get any answers to the two parties. They don't have ideas like this. Eliminating the assessor's office in this country will eliminate it in over 3,000 counties in this nation who pay over $2 million per county. That's a huge amount of money. They pay for the assessors to drive around in their cars and look at your property value, your curb appeal, and it's a total, utter waste of money. All right. So Minimize Heim has been developed. Minimize Heim. Modernize Heim. Yeah. So all these Heims are coming forth now. Oh, sorry, I pushed the wrong button there. Yeah. So, well, let me tell you what a young David looks like. Yeah, I know I'm getting pretty old now that I'm 55, but I feel young. I've never felt better at this age. I felt like this when I was 25, actually. The Heims began with the Trump Heims. Now we've got Heineken Heim. And the Heim thing is growing. It's getting viral right now. It's growing day by day. Day by day, the Heim thing's growing. Okay, let's see what we got here. Yeah. Hey, Dave, I heard you called. Nope, you guys were coming in the room earlier. And I heard you. I saw you, and I heard you, and I respond-heimed you. The first one that ever came out was Respond-heim. It was developed in 2012. That was the first innovation that actually, really, the chatters created that concept, Respond-heim. So you were just Respond-heimed. All right. I bought a car in 2006, a Honda Insight, and it looks identical to that car right now. You couldn't compare it to how it was. It looks identical to a brand new car. There's no difference. And I've kept it in mint condition because that's what I am. I'm a preservationist. But for $25,000 originally, and I paid $7,500, and I just put a new battery system in it. So I put a total of $10,000 into this car. I don't consider that an excessive amount of money to pay for a car. I mean, I remember my father had an old beat-up Nissan Sentra he put $10,000 into. But that car will last me for life. It goes comfortably 120, but I've never taken it past 90. And I was only doing that on an open area in Mojave. And I shouldn't even admit I drove 90, but yeah, I just wanted to test it out, open it up. Please don't give me a ticket. I wanted to see how much mileage it got going really a fast speed. All right. DTV, let's just get you out of the show. Okay? That makes sense. Thank you. Whew. Wow, that was a long time he stayed in, considering he was just such a nemesis. I can't believe he was in the show that long. What? No, I have a license. I have my own car. In fact, I got Sarah a car just like this last year.
You did?
Yeah, for her birthday.
That was cool.
We have 2 of these cars. We love them so much, yeah. Wowheim, that's a new one. We haven't seen Wowheim yet. Yeah.
Wow, I feel like I'm on here by myself.
I know.
There we go.
So this car has been very, very good to us. Sarah just broke hers in. She spent about 7,000 miles so far on hers.
No, we cannot stop talking about ourselves.
And I'm just trying to help you guys realize that we're about cutting waste. I get about 55 miles per gallon. She gets about 50. And we're on a good day, on a flat plane, you maybe get more, but that's good for us. And even with the price of gas being less, we're saving even more money now.
I don't have a backseat in my car. It's a battery.
So we only have, it's just Sarah and I and the kitty cat, so it's not a big, we don't have a need for a large group of people.
You need to take a break, get some coffee?
I will. I'll take a break. I'm going to let you hang out and talk about your car or whatever. Anyway, we've had a pretty good chat so far. We just saw how dumb some of the Trump fans are. They don't even know that Trump wants to... one guy said he wanted China to pay for the fence next to Mexico. He said, how are you going to pay for the fence? The guy said, well, China's going to pay for it. It's so funny. Anyway, many people don't realize that I don't want Mexico to pay for the fence that I came up with. The 1,000-mile fence will be paid for with a $25 billion savings that we make from deporting illegal aliens from our prison system. And there's 400,000 illegal aliens right now in our prison system, so we can eliminate a lot of that cost by having them work their way off and work their way to freedom. But not Arbeit macht frei. That's Hitler's statement. I don't want to in any way refer to anything he said. But basically it's a prison plan to act. It's like a day job. They make a little bit of money. We get cheap labor. We build that fence rapidly. Dingleberryheim? That's not a good name, I don't think. Now I just saved
on solar cells. That looks interesting.
I saved $625 billion on my way to $1 trillion tonight. Okay. So I've got a lot of work to do still. We're going to show how we're going to cut budgets in areas that obviously make sense in the medical field. But I have already factored in medical savings of $40 billion, or $60 billion, excuse me, with our mobile medical unit and our public option. But mostly the mobile medical units, we anticipate saving a lot on Medicaid because we'll have the doctors working in-house. But $40 billion I anticipated saving with the food subsidy, farm subsidy, and food EBT program combined. So we'll be producing food with the food farm subsidy money that we put into farming. When the farmers don't grow things, they will grow things, and then we'll be able to process them and sell it. So that's looping capital. And that's all part of our idea of hybrid capitalism, which I think is a very strong idea. Sarah and I wrote this book in 2012, and it's very relevant all the way to 2020. The book is called Hybrid Capitalism, and it's available for purchase for only 99 cents right now at America's Third Party store. You can download it on your Kindle. And maybe Sarah wants to talk about some of the ideas in that tonight on our Wasteful Wednesday show. Thank you.
Okay. All right, fantastic.
Okay.
Hello, everyone. Oh, you're going to say.
I'm almost there. I just wanted to get this thing lifted.
What about the other thing up above?
Yeah, I want to get it out of there. Hang on. You don't need that there. Sarah's never smoked marijuana, by the way, folks.
I never will, even when it's legalized.
Yep, and she never wants to. And I don't blame her. And I don't push that on anybody. If you've never smoked marijuana, do not try unless you really, really feel it'll help you. Now, you have to make that decision, and you have to be over 21 to make that decision.
I had a pretty good stereo in my car.
Yeah, it's, the guy that sold you the car put a brand new stereo in it. It was a Pioneer system, which isn't the perfect solution, but it's better than nothing, I'll tell you.
Yeah.
All right, I'll be back. Thank you.
Maybe I'll go out. Yeah. I like driving my car. I like it. I get up and drive it back, and it's good. Bitter about the butter on the table. Like David's has been ill the last. He's had a stuffy nose recently. Okay, if you say so, 523. I'll prepare for that as well. 71 characters. I missed whatever that person said. Oh, if you think so, 311.
You want me to make steaks tonight?
Sure, I don't.
Or not?
Either way.
Okay.
Yeah, you can. Either way. Whatever you feel. I like goldfish crackers. I like hummus. Radishes, carrot sticks. Those are all good snacks. Cheese. Oh, you think I'm not into the show? Well, I'm into helping this country. And I don't know. I mean, I'm here every night. So why, you think I'm not into the show, but here I am. I show up all the time. That's what I do. I show up, I persevere. I have one cat, Marla. She's a tortoiseshell tabby cat. She's very fun. I like her. Her name's Amber. I don't know. I'm sure he would bash him too. 687. He's not in favor of any candidate. Okay, well, I don't mind putting you to sleep. You can go to sleep if you want. Yeah, she's a very cute cat for sure. What? No, I don't do that on Scary Scarecrow. No, I don't drink wine or smoke anything or anything like that. You show up at work every day and you hate it? Well, I'm glad you're loyal, Charles. Space cake? Space cake. What is space cake made of? I like my life 132. So I live in Disneyland. No, I've never actually been, so I don't know if my life is like Disneyland or not. Hello, Sir Mike. Oh, okay. No thanks. Well, now, thanks for letting me know what it is called so I can avoid it in the future on Scary Scarecrow. He usually cooks the steaks with onions and then He cooks it with onions, and it has some spices on it, and then he'll cook some potatoes on the side. So that's good. Thank you for believing in me, 132. Thank you very much. I don't know what you're saying, 495. I have a tortoiseshell tabby cat. That's all I have as a pet. Oh, wow. I know. It would be nice if everyone was nice, Sir Mike. Sometimes they're not. Yeah, I like steak every once in a while. Would make you something 132? So happy. Thanks, Sir Mike. Huggers to you too.
I remember this is this. Did you touch it yet?
Probably.
Or no, take your fingers and.
I'm already.
You are? Really?
I don't know.
Well, can I get you some hot tea?
I had some. I have a cup in the other room.
Okay, let me get you some Zycam.
I had some hot tea. Well, I just did mint tea, but.
I would recommend that stuff.
Yeah, maybe so.
This virus that I got, the flu virus, it seems more like the coronavirus. I remember the coronavirus in the 1990s, and then the Asian flu virus in in 2000. Just say X out of that. It's right over here. They make it so hard to get to. They got it. That's one of the problems with these new software programs. They're constantly reminding you to update. So tomorrow our show starts at.
Then he'll give us something new to teach, Charles. It'll be something new every year. Teach new.
You know, I completely get rid of. I'm going to be getting rid of Common Core and replacing it with my concept, or Sarah and I. We developed a concept called "It Pays to Be Good," and it's an incentive program for kids to learn, coupled with a scholarship. For kids who actually perform well on tests, they accrue a scholarship of up to $15,000 when they graduate from high school. And they could use it to apply to a business as well. It'd be a cash award to the student itself that gets good grades. And that's different than Common Core entirely. Plus, I support the homeschooling concept, so we'll put together a national homeschooling plan with no forced vaccination requirements. So if a family wants to opt out of forced vaccinations, they could homeschool in any state in the union with our plan, and it would be a federally funded program, much like the Head Start program was funded back in the 1970s. This would be a federally funded program so that your kid could get a GED by the ripe young age of 15 years old and go on to college.
I think they might just be yellow onions today. So I don't know what you're saying. And here, David can tell me what he's saying or there. Well, 132, I'm with David and always will be with David, so there you go. Well, I do believe it would be cool to incentivize people to do better and get good grades. And I did help David create that idea, it pays to be good. It would be fantastic. I mean, everybody goes to work and works hard, and that would be good. Yeah, well, I think that people can come here legally and work hard. One thing I would say, Salty Dog, though, is that if we got rid of welfare for non-U.S. citizens, only gave welfare to U.S. citizens, that would be very good. 495, this is live. There was some research, I know, that they believed that incentives were not enough. But there were some incentives where they tried to pay people to do more things and it didn't work out. Maybe I got David sick. So I take it you're a complete conservative 773. I'll never change parties 680. Oh, I should be excited and happy all the time. I am excited and happy. Yep, Jacket Pockets, that's the way it works. I think that there's more resources on this earth than just monetary resources. I think there's enough resources to help everyone. But I do think that, of course, that people have to, there's a real good value with work ethic. If you say so. Why do I say that as if anyone thinks any different? Because perhaps people do think differently. What a visionary. I believe in a baseline plus society. I believe that we are going to need to rethink our society because I think that the jobs of today are not going to necessarily exist tomorrow. There's going to be different types of jobs tomorrow. And so I think that I believe we have the resources to actually create a baseline plus society, and I don't think that it means taking from the rich to give to the poor. I think it means that's where quite a few people and I disagree. I think that we have automated machines that can do a lot of labor for us, which frees us up to do other either more creative ventures or solve the issues that are facing America. I think as we have a more automated system, we have to rethink how our economic system currently works, because currently it's everyone has to have employment in order to pay for their housing, in order to pay for their food, in order to pay for all these things. And that's because we all knew that if we worked together and had distribution of labor, there would be better things, so you could work hard and be able to earn something and spend money. The system worked. I think that there's going to be a time where the system doesn't work. Well, I think that our current welfare system actually contributes to people only living off the welfare system, because it doesn't incentivize people to actually want to go out and try different things, because it's based on income. I think if we gave everyone, we took the same amount of money that's going into our current welfare system and had it only going to U.S. citizens, and took the same money and gave the same amount to all U.S. citizens, regardless of their income, I think that, and people wouldn't have to use that money, but it would be a safety net for people if they wanted to, but they wouldn't have to go and prove anything. Then I think that there's I think that we would have a beginning of changing how it looks.
I agree. I totally agree. I'm going to try this with you so that we both have some of this.
Right. If working gave people twice as much as welfare, a lot of people would find themselves able to work. And right now, yeah, maybe.
This is the hot mix.
Sounds good.
Yeah. All right, I'm going to give you this cup, and you can drink from the energy and just bob it back and forth, and it'll mix it up for you.
Thanks.
Thank you. Thanks so much.
All right. Well, the thing is that incentive to survive you would think is innate, but you're saying you don't put it there by force, yet the current welfare system kind of removes that.
That's good. It'll build my system up too.
I think that you can adjust. I think you can adjust the economic system, and certain governments have been doing that for years. Well, David does have an over-the-top personality. That's just who he is. Yes, I do. 132. Well, the thing is work necessary to feed your kids? Food is necessary to feed kids. Work isn't necessary. I think it's become necessary because of our current economic model. The thing is, 71 characters, if worldwide there aren't jobs, as many jobs as you're talking about, then it's time, then it will be time to rethink the economic model completely. There might not be, you're saying, oh, well, let's try to have no charge for taxes for big businesses. Well, or make it so that there's there's incentive for them to keep it here. Yes. Point well made, 773. I would say not who, what made all the things I use. The majority of things I use were probably made by machines. At least half of what I use is made by machines. And so how do you, what do you do with those people who are no longer working because the machine is able to do that same thing that other people were able to do? No, 146 I do not. Well, there were definitely people that made the machines, and there will always be people needed to make the machines. However, when you have machinery, the question is, do you need as many people to invest their labor in that type of situation? I'm sure this cup was probably made in a press. Considering I have another cup exactly like it, I doubt that a person spent time working and slaving over making this cup in order to make 1,000 cups all the same. You have to have machinery in there. I'm not saying nobody needs to work. I believe in a baseline plus society where people can choose to work and be rewarded for working. But how do you take care of the people that aren't working? And how do you decide? What I'm saying is our current welfare system of deciding who is receiving welfare, I personally kind of find it offensive that it's all based on whether you're working or not. I mean, it's based on income. So and it disincentivizes people to actually go out and work, ironically. And I'm not saying people aren't needed. There definitely are people needed that need to pour in the chemicals to make the complex compound glaze of the cup, which is then put on the cup onto the cup by a machine. That's very true. A lot of people around the world work for a lot less money than people here in America. I believe in both. I believe in hybrid capitalism. I believe we're moving to a different age and that we can work together to create the solutions for the future of America. You're saying if USA citizens would work for $10 an hour or less, you would go for it? You would bring your business to America? Is that what you're saying? Well, what happens, there's a lot of things that happen. Now, America does still make a lot of good quality products. American workers still make a lot of good quality products. However, as one person previously stated, the people who work in other countries, due to just the way economics is, they're $1 in a different country goes a lot further than $1 here in America. Oh, what would your solution be, 773? Hopefully the people that have to wake up for school tomorrow are either teachers or college students.
All right. Okay, I made you some Steakheim toast and some Steakheim. I made the famous Steakheim steak toast and onion dish.
Thank you. I'll go have some.
Yeah, I separated it in the pan so you get 2 medallions, fillets, and the onion, and then take a piece of the steak toast.
Okay. You think Americans should take the jobs Americans won't take currently?
And you don't think I'm cute? Wow.
No, they do think you're cute.
But I mean, why can't a woman who likes an older man stay with that older man? Why do young men have to constantly come in and say, hey, Sarah, it's just ridiculous. It's a force of nature. It's kind of like holding back the ocean with a broom. You can't do it. You can't stop your testosterone, guys. When you see a beautiful woman, I get it. Steak toast is you take the steak, cook it in onions and oil. I use olive oil with seasoning, got garlic powder, whatever you put in there. And then you when it's right at the point we're going to turn it off, take it and make a piece of toast, a couple pieces of toast, lay it in that oil and the onions, and then turn your flame off completely and let it sit there and move it around so it doesn't, stick. Same with the steak. And you've got some of the best toast ever. I don't think we're going to be able to migrate to the Indian lifestyle of not eating beef. Frankly, there are people that believe that the GMO revolution is actually being forced on us. That the recent determination by the World Health Organization that processed beef or meat causes cancer is kind of a joke statistic. We were talking about that the other day. They pulled together all these statistics and claim that they have a new study.
Oh, I know. It's analyzing other people's studies.
Yeah. The fact that Donald Trump has never been in politics, just like I've never been in politics directly, is a good reason to tell the American people we need a fresh voice. So I applaud Donald's effort to get into this race. I really do. But he has unfair advantage. What's happened to me over the past 7 years with what we've been doing and how we've been rejected, every press release been turned away by the major networks, shows to me that censorship is a crime and it should be prosecuted. I really believe that censorship in a nation dedicated to freedom of press should be a prosecutable offense. I'm not jealous of the man because I consider him greedy and a corporate elitist. I don't have any of those qualities at all. We are similar, but bear in mind, when he took 6 of my ideas and claimed they were his own, he basically opened himself up to a vulnerable point. Now, when the media gets wind of this, it's going to open up an opportunity for me to exploit, and I will. Our work is noted. All of our supporters have seen us for the past 7 years talking about the issues of keeping refugees out of our country, 1,000-mile fence, the idea of weapons-free safe zones, the idea of individual mandates I brought up this past 2 years, and he's been now exploiting that idea, no individual mandates on the American people. So every idea I come up with, he seems to grab and use as his own. I guess I should be thankful that the ideas are getting pushed forward,
Yeah, that's exactly right.
I'm going to revel in the fact that the ideas are getting pushed forward and, go with that.
One of the things I was going to say, this set is on here, all of these. Is that what you're talking about, or what are you talking about?
Oh, they're all on there?
Yeah.
So if I went off of this over here, kick that on and see if it goes on the BCAM network.
Okay.
See if it registered. I guess, yeah.
What?
That's what the little problem. And I can check this side just to see what the analysis of the tool is. You can pull the information off of there if you can read it from chat. See? Just transcribe it over there.
Okay.
It's a numerical transcription. No, that's ridiculous. Many of you people just don't get it. Sarah and I recognized with our intelligence, we recognized there was going to be a problem evolving with the expanded credit card economy, the fractional reserve banking system. We recognized that the environment was not being dealt with by the Democrats or the Republicans. We also recognized that the future of the country depended on honest Americans, not corrupt, materialistic, greedy people running the country. We also believe that the only way we're going to be able to unite is if we find political values that are in the middle of the political spectrum. So Sarah and I even went out and created the Centrist Alliance. We did in 2010, and it was our best effort, but it was, like I said, a problem. People having their nose pushed in didn't want to, remain in the program. The Reform Party bailed, the National Centrist Party, etc.
Do you want to test the other one?
Okay, are you on now?
Are you, supposedly, you want to check it?
Yeah, we're going to go over to our site. Oh, and by the way, I haven't given anybody a tutorial on our site yet. For you guys to support us, you need to go to AmericasThirdParty.com. And somebody asks, are you on Twitter? Yeah, that's what @ThirdParty is. It's a Twitter following event. Just go to Twitter and follow us @ThirdParty. And when you go to America's Third Party, you're going to see a menu of things pop up. And you'll see our poster on the site.
Good. I suppose I should check it here.
I'm going to skip to main content. You'll see the YouTube video from last night there.
You'll have to check them afterwards.
I don't think we'll need it, so we're good there.
This site?
Yeah, I've already done it over there.
Okay, so all those.
We're not going to drop off of that now. Yeah, we should be good. And I can do an internal recording on that, so we're good. Okay, so you could go there, right-click the poster that's on the site, and then put it on your hard drive. Echo, okay. And then save it and email it to your local Office Max, Office Depot, or Staples. And then you can print up our poster. And the poster is very basic. It's $1 to print this up in color on cardstock. Now, this is the only way we're going to defeat the wealthy, greedy people like Trump and Clinton. And we're not going to be able to do this unless we get the American people to do this, folks. And if this comes from the American people, it'll be so much more powerful than if it's some mass-produced, socially engineered plan like Obama had, which failed. Trump has got a similar socially engineered plan with mailing lists and things that he buys from agencies and publicists. This will be a grassroots formative movement in America. This has way more potential than any other. The Twitter posts, I would gladly show you right now, but I'm going to give you one better. I'm going to take you to a link right now. You can check out our link list, which is over almost 3,000 strong now, folks. Some of the best links in the universe right there for you to look at. And check out Trump. Yeah, we got a lot of good links on him that will blow your mind about how he spent all his time reading, or he had a book next to his bed when a book was called, it was Hitler's Speeches. He had a copy of Hitler's Speeches next to his bed when he was living with Ivana, married to Ivana, and that came up in the recent the Ivana divorce case. Yeah. We've got a lot of growing potential, but bear in mind, we are being censored, and we're not sure if we're being censored on Twitter, but we do a daily link list, usually, that goes into your Twitter feed, and you'll have some of the best links that came into our site. And we've got some of the great link masters out there delivering information to us. What did Boston Dynamics release yesterday? I didn't see that. That'd be good for tomorrow night's show, Technology Thursday. It may be a good education for you, but I don't think in any way anyone in our country who truly calls themselves American would listen or read Hitler's speeches. It's so un-American, I can't tell you. The channel's growing, man. What you don't understand is I'm up against censorship, and you don't get that. And this has been a nonstop battle. People like you who think that nobody watches our channel don't understand. YouTube is censored. It's run and operated out of a huge budget coming out of DARPA. DARPA, the NSA, and the CIA draw close to $57 billion a year from our budget. I'm going to eliminate half of that. So let's just say I'm going to pull $30 billion off the budgeting for the NSA and the CIA. Now, if I'm unable to do that and Congress doesn't approve of that, we'll be facing a big battle. But I'm not going to do what Obama just did. He just upped the ante and developed an $18 billion program to monitor the internet. I would never do that. We have existing funding we need to reallocate. So now I'm at $660 billion saved off the budget. And I've only got 15 minutes left to save another $340 billion. Okay, I'm going to Google Boston Dynamics.
I'm going to turn this off.
Yeah. Perfect. Let me show you the link library on Trump. It's pretty serious. In case you don't want to go there right now, this is our link library. We got the Trump University was classic fraud, said a prosecutor. That's a good one. That just came in. Trump's ex-wife, Trump kept a book of Hitler's speeches by his bed. Even Anne Frank's stepsister compares Donald Trump to Adolf Hitler. Donald Trump kept, no, this is the same article. His Trump sons, they kill exotic animals. They go on really weird hunts where they take down cats, and like that recent Minnesota dentist. Did you hear about him? Or was he a Wisconsin dentist? He went out and killed one of the most famous lions in Africa, and now he has to answer that. Trump says Muslims should be forced to wear ID badges. Many of you are wondering where that article came from and the time period, and any valid proof it happened. Because now he's trying to backpedal out of that statement he made, which is a sign of a person who's not telling the truth.
Did we have a keyboard thing?
Yeah, it's right here. That goes there. And yeah, it goes on and on. I'll just let you read it. I don't want to turn this whole show into talking about Trump. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, definitely don't.
But I like to. I like to talk about it because anyone who's willing to take my ideas needs to be revealed for what he is. Yeah, he seems to be undermining the Constitution with this desire to ID Muslims. It is goes against the very grain of what our nation was founded about, freedom of religion. And like I said, I have a personal interest in this on two notes. Number one, my family was a 16th generation American from the 1600s, and my roots are people fleeing religious persecution in England. And number two, Islam is a religion. It also lends itself to a political control mechanism through Sharia law. I'm not here to tell you that we're going to allow Sharia law in our country. I will implement a task force of ATF officers and FBI officers to minimize the potential for encampments like Waco, where people think that they can arm themselves and pose a terrorist danger to our nation. We'll be using special forces in those agencies to actually go in and get rid of any over weapons caches forming. All right, so yeah, that's a lot of good stuff there. I didn't even talk about his dad, who was arrested in 1927 at a KKK rally. Wow. Oh yeah, it's got the creepy video of him saying to his daughter that he would date her if she wasn't his daughter. Good stuff. Oh, there's also a story of his businesses, like the company. And his idea of ethnically cleansing America. It's kind of wild. It's disturbing. All right, great. No, Hitler had no positive thing to say. It was a failed concept, Nazism. National Socialism was a collapsed economic model. It only built up its military and overtakes the personal freedoms of everybody within the nation. We are looking at a National Socialist model in America right now with our emerging police state. That's a good example of how we're going to cut back on the cost of our nation, is to cut back on the number of actual prosecutions that we engage in, minimizing our prison costs. With 2.3 billion people in our prison system right now, and an additional 5, did I say billion? I'm in million. 2.3 million in our prison system, and an additional 5 million people in our expanded system, like parolees and probationers. We actually have to cut the cost of our prison system significantly. So I'm going to just go ahead and take a net cost. I have to look that up, what our prison system is costing. Yeah, as a backup camera, that does fit on the right, in the front, with a kind of stuff to the top. Or you can just take it separate. Yeah, it has a nice little mic on it too. Yeah, that should work. See if it fits down. I don't think the second foam would work on it, though. You have to pull that out. There you go. Oh, it's in the wrong way. Oh, no, it's right. Or is it? Yeah, that seems right. Okay, good. Yeah, welfare. There you go. So let's go ahead and look at the monthly Treasury report. I'll take care of it. Okay, the monthly Treasury statement. I want to find out how much the prisons are costing our federal budget every year. Okay, so I go to this website, monthly Treasury report. This is what the government doesn't do, by the way. Very few people in government will actually look at this document. This has all the statements for our nation's costs outlaid for you. And many of you can look at this yourself and scrutinize it and say, whoa, I can't believe we spend that much money on this and that. We've got September's report, December, let's see, we've got October, December 2015. Yep, okay, we got December 2015. That's as close as we can get.
You might want to bring.
You're right. Actually, that mic works pretty well. I'm going to take that one, the portable. Okay. Yeah, just set it by there and I'll take it separately. That worked pretty well the other day. Okay, cool.
All right, way to go.
Thank you, Sarah, for coming in. That's great. Awesome. Okay, so it looks like our deficit is really narrowing down. In December, we had such a little GDP that the government had to start cutting costs. The yellow line is the deficit, how far in arrear we are. But the number here for receipts, outlays, and surplus is still up there. But the cumulative receipts, outlays, and surplus is much greater. All right. You're my man. He's your man. Well, I could care less. Tell that to yourself and look at yourself in the mirror, since you're involved in your own cult. Okay, you know, guys, I think I made it very abundantly clear that you're not allowed to come in here and talk about Trump unless it's a negative comment. All right? Yeah, I know that forces me to read what you're saying, and I appreciate that. It's good. A federal court rules you can be arrested simply for filming the police, folks. Donald Trump represents a growing and expanding police state, as does Hillary Clinton. And we want to see a shrinkage of the police state. Well, currently, federal court's ruling allows you, he says you could be arrested simply for filming the police, folks. So you see an overtaking totalitarian police state forming under people like Donald Trump and Hillary Clinton. Donald supports deportation forces, which shows me that he's more than capable of expanding the existing police state and undermining our entire nation. If you want to call me a name, that's probably okay. I'm willing to allow that now. Yeah, I said we grew out of an envelope. We really did. We punched through one of the layers of the onion this recent week. Mystery. More severed feet along the Washington shore in British Columbia. No, it's not rouge on my eyelids. I'm actually suffering a cold right now.
Folks, today is February the 24th.
Thank you for alerting me, though.
16.
Thank you.
For the past several years, some very bizarre.
My whole head is kind of like, you know, it's even on the fourth day.
Northwest, along the beaches of Washington State.
Wow. So the dismembered feet in Washington State. That's definitely interesting. Okay. So federal court's ruling that let's get back to that story. Well, I have to hide them. I mean, you just made me aware of them. I have the chat log from our conversation with guest 202. Sir, were you carrying a condom to this meeting in our chat room? I'm not Chris Hansen. All right, I didn't want to play that too long if it sounds offensive to you to listen to people. Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. A federal appeals court in the Eastern District of Pennsylvania has ruled that filming the police without a specific challenge or criticism is not constitutionally protected. The cases of Fields versus City of Philadelphia and the Drachi versus City of Philadelphia involved two different incidents where individuals were arrested for filming the police. That's so sad. Now that's just sad, see? Yeah, and let's get rid of the entire income tax structure as we know it. I support a flat tax and a fair tax. and or a fair tax. 10% on any income over $100,000. I can't possibly be dehydrated. I'm drinking tea. I took some of that Airborne that I gave Sarah and I added it to my tea, and I'm hydrating. I can feel the cold, this killer cold up in Washington. A lot of people have gotten it. Thank you. Howard Cosell. Indubitably the greatest heavyweight champion of the world. Jolton Joe Frazier versus Muhammad Ali in a head-to-head strike-off match. That was Howard Cosell back in the day. So let's take a look here at the budget and find out what the cost of our prisons are, because I was kind of wondering about that. And you'll have to excuse my pink eyelids. Just don't call me a pinko. Thank you. Yeah, I'm watching all the contaminants in the drinks. Yeah. I'm drinking purified everything. We don't even tax immigrants right now, guest 388. We're in budget high mode right now. This is how I speak to Putin. He would say bad things to me. Well, I don't mind being called a clown sometimes. It doesn't matter to me if I do funny voices with people. It just kind of breaks the whole icy Cold War that Barack Obama created when he called him a jackass. Well, make no mistake about it. You're a jackass. What kind of a president throws a nation under the bus? Thank you. What kind of a president throws a nation under the bus like that, with Obama doing that? Well, of course, what kind of a presidential candidate calls a major newscaster, one of the top billed newscasters in the entire country, Megyn Kelly, bleeding from your eyes? Or whatever. I just don't understand how anyone could blow their mouth off like that. Reptoid, I'm not saying you shouldn't keep any book next year. I'm not saying the Mein Kampf is a banned book. I'm just saying it's not an American thing to do, especially for a presidential candidate. You understand me? We fought a war against that despotic tyrant of a killer. And I don't think our country's president should ever be reading the speeches of such an evil man. You understand me, boy? All right. Of course, I have no financials to release. I'm simply evaporating. My income declined to zero or near zero, and then it slowly trickled since 2010. I chose to retire at the ripe old age of 50 years old, so I could live the rest of my eternal existence in peace, so I don't have to be constantly working the rest of my life. I saved up enough money in my life to retire at the age of 50, so it wasn't a big deal. Why is everything a conspiracy but you spend seconds on it? I'd be glad to spend more than 10 seconds, but I'm responding to a series of chatters like you who actually want to be talked to. Yeah, the whole show is real-time interactive chat, in case you didn't know. And it's in a virtual world, so we can talk about whatever we want, but I'm going to do just this. I'm going to talk about what I want right now. Yeah. Okie dokie. Going through the budget. Department of Prisons is down here somewhere. Thank you. No, we'll talk about whatever you want. Tonight's not a Conspiracy Monday or Tuesday, Truth Tuesday show. This is... I'm not living off the government. No, I've not received a penny from the government. Never have received aid of any sort. I was very fortunate to have worked really hard for about a 20-year period. But I saved everything I made, simply because I'm extremely conservative with my spending. So I was able to soak away enough money to survive. Let's just put it that way. I'm not a greedy person. I'm not materialistic. So I don't have the problems that other people have, obviously. You got too many tab open too, yourself. I have 24 gigabytes of RAM, sir. My show's lame? Is that why people come in here? You're calling it lame? Is that why people want to talk about politics? Wow. I think you're lame, sir. Why would you want to know anything about Hitler? What is your obsession with Hitler, Reptoid? Believe me, I will drink more water. I drink water all the time, but there's no hair loss and there's no wrinkles. I'm 55 years old. You find another guy 55 years old that looks like me. 24 gigabytes of RAM, not 64. Are you not picking up on the mic here? Oh, so you want to read Hitler so that you can know how to be Hitler? I mean, come on. Why would you read a book of a man who killed up to 12 million ethnic minorities in Germany? No, I did not inherit my parents' money. That's not true. No record of that. I've never had any input from them. All I got was a modular house, basically. That's all I inherited. No, nobody here is a mobster. We're all good people. Yeah. 12 million ethnic minorities, you may dispute it as 3, it doesn't matter. He killed a lot of people. My sister took me to court because she was jealous I inherited a house. And you may call it a trailer because it's just a modular home. And I would recommend you start living in a modular home yourself. You'd save a lot of money. They're very affordable. They're 1/3 the cost of a stick frame. Yeah, I drink plenty of water, but I'm not losing any hair. I have no hair loss issues, and I have no wrinkle issues. This is my face, believe it or not. Well, my sister was jealous. I told you that. That's why she sued me. That's my take on it. My is cha. Yeah, you're right. Many of you don't realize that the cha concept is going on constantly in our show. In the background, we're having a good time, even though you may not be. Well, that's what I did. I said, she was concerned as to why she wasn't the sole beneficiary or a split beneficiary. I was the only child in my family that took care of my parents for 25 years. And my parents did. My mother, awarded her jewelry. She got a lot of little things, It's not like she didn't get anything. All right, so here we go. Prisons. Judicial branch. Isn't there a department that handles the financing of investigations into dead justices of the Supreme Court? The Department of Justice would handle the Justice Department, don't you think? That would be under the heading of Justice, Judicial Branch. Looking. And plus, I must remind you, I just got over a really bad cold, and it's finally clearing out of my lungs. So you're lucky I'm doing a show with you, dude. Might be under Homeland Security that the prison budget is. Oh yeah, Department of Homeland Security is about $60 billion a year now. Okay, so we're at $660 billion. Let's take off another, say, reduce the Department of Homeland Security budget to $30 billion. Or no, $40 billion. Let's just bring this total to $700 billion, okay? Okay, DHS. That'll work for me. There's still more money to cut. HUD's got a very small budget, really, when you think about the overall budget of HUD. That's half of what the Department of Homeland Security costs, HUD. We're not even putting money into housing for people. Isn't that funny? Humans trading places with animals in the horrifying animal experimentation campaign. Wow. I promised to clear out overcrowded prisons. I've been saying that since 2008. Bernie's copying me now. Wow. Oh my God. I started talking about releasing low-level drug offenders from our prison system in 2008. So now Bernie's taking my ideas. That's great. No, Glenn's Room is not really on my list right now of people I'm going to choose for any kind of a job. Dow Jones, another 109 points down, folks. Oh no, excuse me, the Chinese index. Thank you. Oh, big drop. 4.95%. Big time. Drop in the Chinese price index. Chinext Price Index. Now we go to Dow Jones Industrial Average. An up day, 53 points up at the very end. You see how very volatile the market is right here in this area? Up and down. It just migrated back up, but there was some sort of a schism here. I wonder what that was. Look at that. Can you make sense of that? Does anybody know what that is? That straight line there. Will I do a fun show for once? What the hell? I get accused of being good, bad, and in between every night. You know, I don't know how many times I've had to show you the crazy side of our show. And every time I do show it, you think that I'm, making a joke of myself, and then you call me a clown. It's amazing. The show never got lame. You're just criticizing it. You're just running your mouth off and criticizing it. Yeah. No, that's just you. You're the same guy that said that we were getting boring earlier. I'm going to ban you. All right. Thank you. Are we having fun now? Okay, good. Okay, let's get back to the... screw the monthly treasury report. You don't like it? Okay, we'll play something else for you. Okay. I want to appeal to everybody here. So in doing so, I have turned out an interactive soundboard which will provide all of you listening music once I hypnotize the entire room. All right? So we've got some real interesting pictures to evoke the evil that's coming into our country. Many of you who are unaware of the evil need a little bit of a visual reminder of how evil our country is, run and controlled by the establishment. Hillary doesn't even admit that she's an establishment figure. She had a big ridiculous discussion with Bernie the other day, and she won't even admit she's in any way establishment. She won't admit to having any emails for 5 months during the Benghazi period. And what's really kind of weird and obvious that the GOP is working with the Democrats is that, yeah, I'll change it, hang on. They won't even prosecute her on the 22 top secret emails she sent on a private server. The GOP's already said they're going to back off of this recently, which is absurd. It's kind of a dream, or more like a nightmare. It's a psyops. Welcome to America's Third Party, everybody. This is crunch time. We're getting on to the 8-month period closing in on us before the coming 2016 election. When I get criticism like that to make this show better, I have to dig deep. Anybody who wants to play our song can play our song. Guess 51512. Play away. In fact, you can multicast us on your own broadcasting channel. That's right. You can go to our site at AmericasThirdParty.com and just click on the YouTube video down below and let it play. And put it on a Minicam or an XSplit program and let it play. And you can multicast us and start spreading the word. Somebody said to me, Dave, what about doing a 24-hour show? You can do it all the time you want. You guys can run us, multicast us, do your own 24-hour show, play me in the background, turn the volume down, and then just talk over what I'm saying. It doesn't matter. Just keep pressing for a third party. Let's make this happen, everybody. We've got evil in this unbelievably corrupt world. They literally met. They're schmoozing. We don't have representatives here. We've got a bunch of partiers who like money and they like to manipulate. And we don't need those leaders as our future. This is our chance to shine, folks. This is our chance to break away from the two-party system and build a third party. Your vote for a two-party system is a total waste of your vote. Whether you vote for her or him, you're going to get the New World Order, the totalitarian police state, and a breakdown of our nation's economy. Because these people know only one thing, and that's profit for themselves and their cronies. We need to stop these people, and we need a leader that represents the American people, who is an American person, just like you. And that's me. I live a very humble life, and I will do what is necessary to make sure our nation cuts its budget. Now, I still have to pull $300 billion off the budget, and I'm grasping at straws right now. I've got 15 minutes to do it. Let's end poverty. It will save us billions. Yes. Feeding the American people. But I can't quantify how much it'll save us. Oh, Google Robot is the end of manual labor. Let's take a look at this. By the way, tomorrow's Technology Thursday, we'll be playing cool technology videos like this one right here. Boston Dynamics, you found it, thank you. Introducing the new Atlas. This is serious, folks. Check this out. The New World Order is already pushing for more RoboCops like this that'll violate your freedom. You got Donald Trump wanting to have Apple get boycotted just to make sure that the FBI can get all access to encrypted data. You got nobody standing up for you, the American people. Nobody. So a write-in campaign would be a far better solution. Thank you, Buck Lobster. Write my name in, everybody. If we get enough signatures, we can actually make a difference and change the dimension of this country's. That's a cool video. Look at that. They are getting pretty advanced there, aren't they? See, remember we were looking at 10-year-old technology with Asimov. Yeah. Welcome to the entrance of the new robots. These things will be automated and they will be up and running and screwing you over with all kinds of Orwellian police state options. If we don't get a political challenge to this two-party system, and they're being run by technocrats and elitists right now, they will systematically go door to door and screw over people that aren't RFID, aren't chipped. That's what's coming. So we got to get ahead of this politically. That's the only way we're going to be able to do this. Let's see it get up. Wow, that's pretty amazing. All right. Well, the end of that. That was very good for Boston Dynamics. Thank you very much. Okay, so Hillary likes it. Did you like that, Hillary? Good. She like it. Hillary like it. That's right. So how are we going to solve America's problems and get an efficient government? Hybrid capitalism. You can definitely download our book right now for 99 cents if you want it. All right. I've been saying this for 8 years, guys. Whoever Bill Plows is, he's been watching me. I've been doing this show for 8 years. So if you think that somebody's ahead of me on these issues, I've been doing this for 8 years. Going on 8 years. Let's take a look at Politico. Political Insider. AmericasThirdParty.com. Okay, U.S. Senate justified Obama in a huge way, a unanimous decision. Republican-led Senate is now saying, in charge of the Judiciary Committee, has just made a bold announcement after a closed-door meeting today. There will be no confirmation hearings for President Obama's Supreme Court nomination under any circumstances. So basically an attempt to put a new Supreme Court leader in who's more liberal than former Justice Scalia, who I believe was murdered, and there was no investigation. The Democrats have just met their Waterloo. The meeting took place on the first full session day since Justice Antonin Scalia died. This is a crushing defeat for the Obama White House, as the president is hopeful to leave a legacy on the Supreme Court that could spend the next 20 to 40 years enacting radical left-wing agendas. Great! Yay! Excellent! I want to thank the Republican-led Senate for all of their work. And good job, guys. At least you did something right. Now you got to pass the Keystone Pipeline. And you've got to overturn and nullify Obamacare. So make this the beginning of a brand new wave of completely erasing the damaging effects of this horrible president we know as Barack Obama. Now, of course, I don't shoot heroin. I've never done drugs in my life. I'm fighting a cold right now. Read it again. I just read it. That's right. I just read it. Thank you. Testing 1, 2. Okay, there's a guy named Bill Plow or Keith Carney who's a cyber stalker. Okay, thanks, Shrek. I didn't know that.
David, are you a robot? How dare you ask me such things? I would think that my voice technology and audio smoothing technology has been perfected to sound like I am normal. I'm surprised you are asking me that I am a robot. How dare you? Testing 1, 2. Testing 1, 2.
Mysterious radio burst pinpointed in a distant galaxy. That's right. A black hole has farted.
David, your voices are so magical. Well, that is because I'm able to pull from a log of memory that is derived from the Library of Congress audio recordings dating back to 1898.
I never stole Trump's idea. He stole my idea, man. You don't understand that? I've been pushing for racial equality. Is he talking about racial equality? Because that's my idea. Yeah. I'm pushing for an ERA as well. I don't think that's his idea. Remember the Equal Rights Amendment when men and women could possibly, if they signed it, they would have gotten the same pay? Now your mama go work at the same job as a black man. She don't get the same amount of money as a black man. Now I'm not black, but you can understand people who are black would want to have the same pay, male or female. White too. Say you're like an average white person who would like to get paid the same amount as a woman, or you're a woman that wants to. This has all got to level the playing field. Remember when Richard Pryor made fun of white people? Isn't that funny? When a white person makes fun of white people, it's really funny. And when a black person makes fun of white people, it's really funny. But when a white person makes fun of a black person, it's not really funny. David, you forget president just goes straight to Supreme Sultan. You know, I don't need that. I've got a picture of a guy. Let me show you it. Hang on. I keep this in my room because it's so rare. It's an 1822 lithograph of King David. It's fascinating. I'll show it to you. It's a black and white etching. The wood etching. Amazingly, I look just like him. But no, I'm not Jewish. I was named David because my mother was, it was a popular name in the 60s. And she didn't know whether, oh, he didn't exist, really? Okay. You probably don't believe anything. Well, I just believe we need to lower the stress level between the races. I personally don't have any problem with Jewish people. I have a problem with Zionists, but not Jewish people. The 1820s, yes. Most of my collection dates back to the, well, I have books back to the 1700s, but I primarily focus on the early 1900 advertising and print media. In fact, I already have a Library of Congress set, or a library for the presidential mezzanine, that whole area in the front there. I'd like to bring it in and put it up in the White House. It's pretty cool. In fact, we could raise revenue at the White House. We could actually get the White House to get a return on investment. And we talked about making beer at the White House. That's a good way to recycle waste. You know, right now, Barack Obama is not... I'm not performing blackface anymore. I told you, blackface 2 is over. You can go to my YouTube site, click on the links if you want. I mean, if you're really into blackface, guys, I don't think it's relevant. We're about to lose our last black president for a while. I mean, if we get another one, Ben Carson, I'd be surprised. A Georgia business requires their employees to be armed. Yeah, go check out my blackface videos if you want at David Sponheim's site right there, David John Sponheim. Yeah, I've got all kinds of good videos there. We've got this video here, Blackface 2 Light, Blackface 2, Obama's Boogie, that's a pretty good one.
All right, let's go. Let's get ready to boogie.
Scene 1, Apple, take 2.
Well, make no mistake about it. Let's be clear. We're going to dance, we're going to boogie, we're going to get down, you know? Okay. Get down on it. Get down on it. We're going to try to talk. Let's do this right. Okay? All right. Let's get our team of experts. Michelle, you're an expert on transgenderism. Is that right? Okay. Come on in. Sasha, Malia, adopted from MoveOn.org. Want everything to come out in the open right now. Everything is going to be revealed today on our show. Okay, let's get ready to rumble, everybody. Get down on it. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I think
I'll get that as soon as if you return and have as much steak toast as you want, Sarah. There's no need to. Oh, we're on. I'm sorry. Oh, I was talking to Sarah about the steak. Thank you. Oh yeah. As far as this is concerned, there's some issues with drug companies like Monsanto, where they continue to push their GMO products on the American people. And they've been getting past any kind of a barrier that we might have with the FDA or the EPA. Yeah, I was talking to Sarah privately about the steak. It was awesome. This is not Saturday Night Live. Somebody said in the room, hey, you got to make the show interesting. So I bring in Hillary the Lizard. Did I? I never called Sarah a sir. Sir Sarah? No, that was just a video or audio glitch. You are mistaken. I have retracted that statement and hereby I'm reanalyzing the footage. You want me to bring in Bozo Pelosi? Okay, see we want people... Hey, Jacket Pockets, we haven't seen you in a while. How's it hanging out there in Chi-Town, buddy? Yeah. Well, I did realize I said, sir,
correction. I was not intending to do that. I am so sorry. Jacket pockets. Bozo Pelosi coming up on tap right now. Beekman is here. So Beekman, you just stopped getting into the show with your name? I mean, you haven't been banned. Why didn't you just come in under Beekman? What's your deal, dude? What's your deal, dude? We've got other clowns in the political spectrum. Yeah, we'll be bringing all the clowns in. We'll be doing a clown retro moment tonight. It should be fun. No, I disagree. I haven't aged hardly at all. No, I look at myself occasionally in the mirror. Send in the well, they'll give me a monetization for sending in the clowns if I play that song. I know the video you want me to do, though. Coffee may save your liver from bad binge drinking habits. 14% lower chance of cancer with each cup. Amazing. You know, building your immune system like Wonder Woman is probably the key to surviving. Yeah, I'm 55 years old. I expect to look like at least 60. So, by the age of 75 or 80. I don't believe reading Mein Kampf or Hitler's speeches is considered appropriate reading for a presidential candidate. I'm sorry. What world are you living in? I have wrinkles below my mouth? Where? I don't see one wrinkle in my neck. Am I blind or something? I mean, you guys seem to be seeing wrinkles I'm not seeing. Hang on. Well, let's be clear. We'll get to the bottom of this wrinkle issue. Let's put the show on hold so we can respond to the wrinkle issue. It's very important. I just got a really bad flu, too. Okay, now where in my mouth, below my mouth, are my wrinkles? You see any wrinkles here? Anybody? Please. I've had these since I was a kid. You can see my press-on veneers. Yeah. But you're being very derogatory. You're not being very nice here. I know. I don't know why are these people just picking on the way I look? I mean, I guess if I look better, maybe they'd think I'd be more of a winning candidate. I don't know. I mean, Bernie looks pretty good in that picture, I gotta admit. What a stud bumpkin, huh? Yeah, look at that guy. He's a stud bumpkin. You've been doing that since the 70s? Do you have like stretch marks around your mouth or something? Wonder Woman. Oh, he does? You think Trump looks better than me? Okay, let's take a look. I'm going to do a face-to-face comparison with me and the Trumpster. Let me put him in one of his better shots. Okay, head to head. Here we go. Well, that's just not fair. He has a bigger head than I do in this picture. Now that's just sad, see? We're having a problem aligning our heads here. Hang on, I'm going to get his look down.
Ivanka! No, I have whiter eyes. That's considered handsome. I have better hair, too. And I don't look like a greedy corporate elitist. Big difference. And this tie was free. I didn't pay for it. He borrowed money to buy that tie, I'm sure. No, I don't really want to be a guy like that. You know what his daily debt load is? It's a lot. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not privy to his financial records. I don't think anybody is. Does anybody know if anyone has ever looked at Donald Trump's financial records? You know, it's going to be tough for him to put all of his assets in a public trust. If he were to become president, he has to put all of his assets in a public trust. All of them. Every last one of them. Read my lips. All his assets. Somebody said, why don't you get bottom press-on veneers? I don't really want something in my bottom tooth because it would affect my mouth. My fence idea came out in 2007, 2008. Oh, okay. Click the brink. Oh, no, I don't want to. No, I don't want to play Bozo Pelosi. You want me to put Bozo Pelosi in? Okay. Beekman really wants the link. Yeah. Bozo Pelosi, everybody, for the win. All right, we've got a choice between various clowns here. I haven't really introduced. Let me pull Wonder Woman out. Oh, see? Look what you made me do. Now I left the show. Okay, which clown do you prefer in this picture? Hang on, let me get my clown thing going here. Some people call me a clown, like want to denigrate me and call me a clown because I've got a fun show on the internet. Okay, which person do you think should become president? Mr. Gray Clown or Hillary? Oh, we haven't added Donald here. Hang on. No, I don't want to let you choose Donald. No, you don't get a choice for Donald. Once the truth comes out about Donald and his shenanigans with Jeffrey Epstein, not many people are going to want to vote for him. But the media has effectively kept all of that from the press. It'll eventually migrate into the press as the election grows near. Donald hasn't faced the music on a lot of issues. He really hasn't. He's been given a free pass by the media, kind of like Obama did when he ran in 2007 and 2008. Reptoid, I'm not about to put braces on. You know, I'm just showing you I'm an average guy. Yeah. There's no reason to, you don't like me? You think I care? Let me ask you a question. Many of you who dislike me, do you think I care? Yes or no? Whoa, no kidding. Scissor Fight just uncovered a real Trevor Tosh. You love the historical funness of the show, 932, thank you. That's a very nice compliment. A Trevor trough of information here. Justice Scalia spent his last hours with the secret society of elite hunters. Whoa. So how do we know he wasn't shot? Of course I look bleached. We were entering the final stretch of this extended show tonight. You know, Bernie wants to contact me and partner up with me toward the end of his race here before he loses to Hillary. He certainly could call me. Yeah, I'm more than willing. I was a former Democrat of 30 years. Look at this guy. Poindexter offered Justice Scalia a free room at the Cibola Creek Lodge and Hotel. When the Supreme Court Justice Scalia died 11 days ago at the West Texas Ranch, he was among the high-ranking members of an exclusive fraternity for hunters called the International Order of St.
What does a guy
Ebertus.
who makes popcorn for a living
No. It dates back to the 1600s, named after the patron saint of hunters. It's a knightly order. Membership is invitation only, includes a rigorous selection process. So what's to say this wasn't like a Dick Cheney shot somebody in the neck? The news barely covered it. One of his friends. Yeah, right. No, Scalia didn't have justice. And Poindexter is the leader of the society. Wow. So this is all very dirty. Looks very dirty. It looks very corrupt, doesn't it? Thank you so much, Scissor Fight, for this information. Fantastic. It adds to the fuels the argument that why didn't he have an autopsy? If he was shot, if Justice Scalia was shot, while it's unclear whether Scalia was a member of this elite hunting society, he arrived at the ranch with a private plane with C. Allen Foster. He's a close friend of Scalia and holds a leadership position in the Order of St. Hubertus. There you have it, folks. A telltale sign of a cover-up, a possible link to a hunting accident, no autopsy for a man they claim died of natural causes, an overexposed picture of me with sunglasses on. Now you're getting a feel and a taste for what Wasteful Wednesday is like. We've reached the peak of a long hump week. So many of you are kind of going to cruise into your Thursday, Friday, try to figure out how you're going to kind of recreate and enjoy your life. God, there's so many heavy things to deal with right now. It's amazing. But when you're out there talking to your friends, do talk about our third party at AmericasThirdParty.com. We're running an unbelievably difficult challenge to the censorship of the mainstream media. We're using word-of-mouth advertising. And when I sign off now, I'm going to be playing videos into the evening, so let me get this camera working here for next week. Or for Saturday, or Friday, or Thursday. Right. They lured him in and whacked him. It's as simple as that. Yeah, it sure seems that way, doesn't it? I believe he was killed. Just like I believe that 9/11 was an inside job. I'm the only presidential candidate that's taken on that position. Nobody else is taking on that position. Donald Trump has not committed to the wording of an inside job yet. It took me a long time to make that assessment, but I pieced together over the past 7 years unbelievable 911 footage and information, and I am convinced now, with all the different cover-ups, that leads me to believe that there is a series of people within our government, a shadow government, if you will, that are making decisions that even Congress is unaware of. And if it involves killing off a Supreme Court justice, it's a bump in the road. Well, let's be clear. Is Bill Plow here? Yeah, I've been covering. I don't do. Let me explain to all of you. My YouTube videos are being censored. I have a strike against me, so any hits that I get on our site are not recorded. So when people watch these shows, they can't really be. There's no hit recording going on. I don't exploit anything right now on YouTube. I don't ride the wave of exploitation. There are people out there like William Mount, who we've known as far back as 2010. 2008, actually, we met him. I think 2009 we met him. And he's gone off and done exploitive conspiracy-type videos describing what's happening. And he makes money now on YouTube, whereas I can't make money. And I don't want to make money because, frankly, I am 100% FEC compliant. They can't rake me over any coals at all, claiming that I've been profiting from this, and I haven't. I have a small hair on my collar? Really? Boy, you must have OCD. What's on my forehead? I have a couple scars from what appears to be an encounter with an infection at an early age in my life. I remember the event. I had two like large zits on my forehead. Now, I probably will have some corrective surgery if I move on and go to the presidency. They'll probably have to erase those blemishes. They'll probably put cake makeup on my forehead or something. Yeah, it was called a zit, I believe. I had a zitty encounter. It's kind of like the Zika virus, but it's called an encounter with a zit. And then it happened again. So at a pivotal time in my childhood, I had two large zits on my forehead. You can only imagine how people made fun of me. Hey, third eye, what's going on, dude? Yeah. You know, I don't really want to make fun of Trump and talk about gayness. I don't think that's really appropriate. I'd rather talk about the issues.
Thank you very much. So,
let's listen in. Is this a real?
You know, I was watching upstairs and it was really amazing to be watching what I was watching.
Oh, come on. That's just an obvious overdub. I don't think zits were sexually transmitted. I didn't have sex when I was 16 or 15 when I had those zits. Would you like me to take you back to the time when I got the zits? Ooh. Surely you are concerned. eBay for jihadists? Al-Qaeda fighters using Facebook to buy and sell CIA weapons? Wow, this is really too much. Dave after 5 coffees. Wow, great. All right, well, no, I can't go there. Sorry. It requires a certain age. You have to be over 18. I'm 55. I clearly am over 18, but I don't really want to put it on our show. Well, tell that to me when I become president of the United States. Yeah, I won't be living in a manufactured home at that time. I'm going to probably turn this manufactured home into a museum and, you know, provide people a free tour of my home, kind of like Roosevelt's Campobello Island retreat where FDR used to go when he was a young man. Oh, I do have stamina without coffee. Yeah. Oh, yeah, totally. But if I went into coffee withdrawal, I'd have to get clear. You know, it'd take me about 2 or 3 days. I'm drinking coffee because, in fact, guest 812, I will not in any way allow them to chip me. I'm going to make a promise to the American people right after my inaugural address. I'll tell the American people that every month we will have a scan of my body for chips. And it'll be broadcast on multiple redundant servers, verifying emphatically that I am not a robot or a holographic image, proving to the American people that I am indeed a human being of flesh and blood. Yeah, I have a lot of stamina, man. There's not one person who's broadcast longer than me. Yeah, it's amazing. With perfect... Every single show has been absolute perfection in my
What
eyes.
makes McDonald's new signature crafted recipe?
No. Screams of Allah Akbar as manpad used to take down helicopter. So they're buying weapons on eBay. Or it's an eBay for jihadist type of situation. Okay, I get you. I hear you. I don't know. You gotta understand, I'm 55 years old. Let me show you multiple redundant servers. Let me show you what Barack Obama looks like. He's 2 years younger than me, okay? He's wearing face makeup as well. Oh, Nestle's been sued for supporting child slavery in the Cocoa harvesting operaciones. The U.S. Supreme Court allows court case to proceed. Okay. Well, let's be clear. I don't need any Viagra because I'm not sexually attracted to Michelle, who's now referred to as Michael. All right. Well, let's just say, let's be clear. Barack Obama is 2 years younger than me. He looks pretty good for his age, you know. He's got the same kind of wrinkling in here with a little Botox, you know. He doesn't have the 2 zits in his forehead, though. Well, we have airbrush techniques that can be used to soften. He's a clone. Okay. Let's look at the Nestle news. Natural news, Nestle child slavery cocoa harvesting operation. Okay. Talcum powder is being sued heavily for causing ovarian cancer. A landmark lawsuit has been filed and won. The plaintiff won against Nestle for something like $62 million in penalties, I believe, and $10 million in damages. Unbelievable. The nation's highest federal court in recent days threw out a request by the chocolate giant Nestle, the world's largest food maker, and a pair of other companies to reject a lawsuit that seeks to hold all 3 companies liable for using child slaves to harvest cocoa in the African nation of the Ivory Coast. In rejecting the bid, the U.S. Supreme Court let stand a December 2014 ruling by the Ninth U.S. Circuit Court of Appeals in San Francisco, and also refused to dismiss the suit against Nestle, Archer Daniel Midlands, and Cargill Company that had been filed by former child slaves. So ADM and the Cargill Company were involved, allegedly, and the case is going to go to court. Thank you. I personally want a 3-strike law against pedophilia. Of course, I understand that. We're going to put a Justice Department task force to get rid of the human trafficking of children in the political realm. I'm on to that. Our primary goal is to find the finders, a secret group of people that have been abducting children for years and putting them to work as sex slaves to manipulate political figures around the world. This is one of my tasks. It's on my list. I am programmed to continue forcing the issue of anti-corruption. I'm willing to take a bullet for this country, folks, so if you think you're worried about this happening, it's on my list. Yeah, there's a lot of evidence of kids being exploited. There's a woman who appeared in the media, talked to a camera, and brought up what was happening to her during her abduction as a child. And we played that video occasionally on our show. It's pretty shocking how she was manipulated into, of course she appears kind of nutty, but I'm not going to play it for you, but she claimed that there was child slavery rings down in Mexico that were being used by the Bush family. And I was in our chat room one day when some guest said, hey, check out this guy named Bush. And it wasn't George W., it was one of the family members. Check out this address and look into it. And see if they're using this address to abduct children. I don't know. I can't tell you if that's going on or not because I can't verify the information. Okay, so Bill and Melinda Gates have actually decided to move around in a video. Isn't that special? And why are you promoting eugenesis exactly? Oh, because you're talking about the mainstream media on our show? Yeah, we don't do mainstream media here. Yeah, I'm not really that interested in that stuff. Bill and Melinda Giraffe Brain are eugenicists. You know that. They're pushing for vaccinations, GMO mosquitoes, and all that. Well, I don't, frankly, have any real concern that anything bad is going to happen to me, but I will, of course, take precautions much like everyone else. Okay, we're nearing the 9-minute mark here. Cool.
Always get the word out. GatesLetter.com. I mean, that's why you're on the show tonight, to get that out. GatesLetter.com. I mean, besides this interview, what else would you do to get that out to the people so they would know to go check out GatesLetter.com?
Well, it's really important to Melinda and me. So the answer is, I would do.
All right, so making a fool of himself is the next best thing to being a real person. Is that what you're saying? I don't know what that guy was talking about at all. It was Bill Gates talking about how important his foundation was, and he was doing a dance. Yeah, you can't talk positively about Trump, but I'll leave that there. I don't want anything bad to happen to anybody running. So yeah, everybody should take precautions. Pregnant secretary of Pope Francis found dead in her Rome apartment. Wow. Was she carrying the child of one of the papal ministers, the cardinals, the deacon, the archbishops? Did she know something they didn't want to get out? This is a little mysterious. Mysteries of the mysteries. Well, let's be clear. Was he involved? Yeah, I don't really know. I mean, that's a little bit suspicious. Bill Gates, yeah, we did that. I don't really find that interesting. That's interesting. Pope's pregnant receptionist found dead in her apartment on the outskirts of the city. Miriam Wulu, a 34-year-old Eritrean origin, was 7 months pregnant when her body was discovered. Wow. And look at this. Earth Sky, another blow to our privacy. FBI gets order forcing Apple to install spyware on the iPhone, everybody. Here comes the order from the FBI, too. Wow. These stories are good. Thanks for bringing them in. I will be bookmarking on our delicious link library. If you want to see some of the best links to promote against Donald Trump, you can check it out at our delicious link library. Check it out. Check it. Whew, wow. So, what's it all about? I think I need to zoom here. There we go. Okay, we've established a lot. We talked a lot about issues. I'm not holding any of you responsible for hurting my feelings tonight because my feelings weren't hurt. So don't worry about all the negative things you may have said about me. Water off a duck's back. Thank you, and I forgive you for being imbeciles, the ones that did say those things. Yeah, I don't hold any grudges. I'm beyond that. We've got a lot of problems coming in this country. We can't just run around hating the left versus the right, and that's been dividing our nation. Here we go. Breaking news. University of Illinois corn trial results are in on non-GMO hybrids. Produced 3 to 10 more bushels per acre than nationally known GMO corn. So definitely avoid seed contracts with the devils, farmers. And folks, if you're in Iowa and you want to write my name in the general election, you certainly can. That's what it's all about, is a write-in campaign right now. I am getting literature sent to me from the Pennsylvania Department of Elections. They just contacted me by email, and I'm finally getting it in. I will have the information for Dupster in a few days. I just contacted them with my address. It takes time for the wheels of progress to work. It should have been out in January, but we'll definitely have it for you guys in Pennsylvania. If you want to get me on the ballot in any one state, you can still do that. You just have to contact the Secretary of State in your area and ask them at the state level how to get a presidential candidate nominated on the ballot. Wow, you got a lot of links here. NASA laser-powered spaceship could. If only they could stop lying about what they have done. If NASA would stop the lies, I'd be more than interested in seeing what they can do. And Tesla has made an SUV out of hemp, everybody. Oh, wow, great links tonight. Well, I'm loading them up for tomorrow. We'll be really profiling a lot of these technologies links tomorrow. Thank you very much. I think I'm overwhelming my server. The link man. Not going to do it. Yeah, that's the problem with getting all these links all at once. It takes a little while for them to come in. Okay, let's take a quick look at these, and then I'll sign off, and I'll play videos all the way to 2 in the morning, folks, if you want to hang out and chat. I would never boycott the iPhone. I'll tell you, the iPhone is, you got to understand, Trump is asking a company to reveal encryption capabilities that would protect your data. He wants to violate your personal freedom. You don't get that, guest 282? Yeah. He wants to break down and make it so that nobody can store anything safely on their phone. It's all hackable. The fully vegan SUV. Wow. Look at that. Electric isn't enough. Now Tesla's creating cars that are cruelty-free. Interesting. That'll be tomorrow's show. We'll play that tomorrow. And this story about NASA-powered... that won't be coming in because of an ad, which is tying up my server, my cache. Okay, and then we go on to the next one, which is a picture that we had in the show already. Same picture. Okay. And this is another blow to our privacy. FBI gets court order forcing Apple to install spyware on the iPhone. All right, so we've got a lot of things to process here. This is crazy. Whew, wow. This is really kind of wild. I'm blown away. This is just one thing after another. You know, they say that as technology develops, we're going to be facing an overwhelming future shock scenario. And already the government is so far behind on adaptations. You'll notice none of your USB ports are the same. They're all different. I mean, how ridiculous is that? There's very little early technological development going on at the government level so to make things work. And then 5 years after encryption software, hardwired encryption software is developed, they come in and they say, "Oh, you can't sell that phone. You got us to we need to hack into that phone." Well, it's undermining the very market itself for iPhones. People want privacy. So in other words, the NSA and the FBI is saying that none of us should have any privacy at all, that we're all somehow guilty of something. You see the need for a third party yet, folks? Seriously. When Donald Trump is championing, thank you. It's been a long day. The idea of boycotting iPhones because they won't reveal encryption capabilities to the FBI and let them install spyware. I mean, what the hell is wrong with Trump? Champagne. Well, I'm not here to brag about Apple products. I'm not big on Apple. I was never, super supportive of Apple when it was coming along because I was a PC guy. I don't mind admitting that. And I've always looked for value in production. Yeah, it is patented technology, and they're asking them to break the patented encryption technology they invested lots of R&D into. I mean, this is unbelievable overtake of our nation's freedoms and privacy. I will never do that. I will never order encryption software to be broken. We will begin dismantling what is known as the Homeland Security Organization. I've already told you I'm going to cut their budgeting. But I'm going to need Congress to do it. It's not something the president can do alone. Stop slandering Dave, please. Thank you. I'd appreciate it. All of you have been slandering me tonight. Please stop doing that. Well, we don't want the government prying into every corner of our lives. There's a sliding scale where it becomes ineffective. Most of the spy technology, like the Skype spyware that they installed in Skype systems, has been revealed by people who developed it because they found out they were being used for international, no longer just international, they were being used for domestic spying and warrantless wiretapping. And now Donald Trump wants that to go on every day, like an everyday thing. You see what I'm talking about? He wants to undermine the very backbone of our capitalist system, too. by telling Apple they can't sell. People should boycott Apple to prevent. God, I can't believe the lunacy that's happening in front of me right now. All right, well, this is a good place to stop. Thank you. I just turned into Harrison Ford, really? It's a horribly invasive offense by the government. Yeah, I had no idea I just turned into Harrison Ford. Folks, I just morphed into Harrison Ford, the icon of movies. Isn't that amazing? I now look just like him. Great. Okay, everybody. Let's take a comparison. And that's going to be the icing on the cake for tonight, Wasteful Wednesday. I don't have an earring, but I think I do. I look a lot like him. Thank you so much. He practically could be my brother. Yeah, look at that. My God, we do look alike. Isn't it amazing? Icing on the cake time, everybody. So we've got videos all the way to 2 in the morning. I want to thank you for coming into our show. I think he broke his nose. That's a broken nose. He's got a lot of character in his face, I'll tell you. That's going to be hard to achieve. Has anybody seen my new movie? Star Wars? All right. Hey, thanks everybody for coming in. It's always fun to do this show. As you know, I don't do this for any profit at all. I'm not making any money on this, primarily because I'm 100% FEC compliant. Isn't that great? And we can do this all the way up until the election. And if you want to get me on the ballot, you know how? Call your Secretary of State. Ask for the petition to get me on the ballot in your state. If you want to just write me in, which would be a really big statement because it's telling the rest of the world and everybody you know that you don't want to support the two-party system. And your vote will mean something then. Because right now, if you vote for Hillary or Donald or whoever else is going to win the nomination, you're basically voting for the New World Order. They control both parties. Thank you. Great show. Outstanding. Well, I'm a little ashamed that I didn't cut $300 billion off the budget tonight. But not everything's perfect. I have a complete plan to cut the trillion, but I have to go to it to give you the information. It's not right now on our site. We're in the process of rebuilding our old site and giving a link to it. But I want to thank you for being a troll. Not only trolls here, no. Hey, you trolls don't realize you're actually helping us. You don't get that. I was joking. Sarah wasn't even in the room. Basically, Sarah, I was talking to a wall with the mic off. Okay, Sarah. That's what happened. Yeah, I had the mic off. That's the truth. Scout's honor. No Illuminati hand signals. This is the we below Scout's honor signal. I was a we below. GMO crops now banned in 36 countries around the world. Are you paying attention, America? I am. What's the reason I can't run for president? Mic off. You're watching. Way to go, Team Sponheim. You've been out and about. If you want to promote AmericasThirdParty.com on the internet at your leisure, feel free to post our link anywhere in any chat room, whether it's a political chat room or not. You can just keep posting the link and just say DOT.com so people can actually go there. Many people don't even know we're in existence because of the censorship that's gone on in the mainstream media. And we do take on different formulas every night. Well, you better get back to your worksheet on the quadratic equation, guess 132. Yeah. I know, you haven't worked out the quadratic equation. That's your next thing in your class. I've been tracking you, young man. I'm not even a math teacher. I'm tall, I've got good humor, And we're going to need a good sense of humor as the world collapses under the credit card junkie economy that Donald Trump and others like him have created. We've got a lot of work to do. All right, this has been great. I can't tell you how much fun these shows are for me, because that's what I'm really here for, is the intrinsic enjoyment of being called names all night long by trolls. I think it's funny. They think they're getting... Well, I'm not baked. I got some sun today. Yeah, it's called a tan. Yeah, I've been getting a little more sun because I found out that if you have more sun, it lowers your risk of getting a virus. I was really good at math. I actually finished 2 years of college calculus by the age of 15. I took the advanced placement test in my junior year and went on to college in my senior year in high school and took my second year of college calculus because I aced the calculus AP exam, the BC version, which is the hardest version that they put out. I got a 5 on it. That's all on the record. I just zoomed through math, and I really didn't like math, though. I felt that it was just boring as hell. I like politics, and I always loved politics back in the day. What do you mean, what happened? I had so much talent. I am incredibly talented. I actually realized let me give you guys all of this in a nutshell here, because we're rounding out the end of our show. I realized back in the day that we needed a centrist political movement. I also realized the need for a third party back in the 1970s. I've been working on different methods in which we could create this until I finally got together with Sarah and found the perfect person to do it with, and realized that we just need to do it. And now that I'm 7-8 years into this, and 10 years total into the effort to create a third party, I realize now that it's working. And that my intuition that I pretty much built this entire plan on is right on and on target. The question is, can I break through the mainstream media censorship that's out there and reach the American people in time to save this nation? Because these kind of GMOs are endorsed by Hillary and Trump, and we don't need that. Our country needs to compete internationally. When countries like Russia are not producing GMO food, it's going to be a big, huge awakening around the world, and our products won't be purchased because we're contaminating our food chain with GMOs. Bad mistake. I am not lethargic. Far from it. And anyone who questions that is really not deserving to be here, Renegade Spunk. Let me ask you, Renegade Skunk, are you a Trump supporter? Just yes or no. Just flat out yes or no. Are you or are you not a Trump supporter? Just speak the truth. Waiting. Tick tock, tick tock. Tick tock. Waiting. Yes or no? Are you unable to type? Accusing me of being lethargic. Are you unable to type? Because I'm not lethargic. What's going on? Is chat locked? Hello? I'm just not sure where chat is. No, we need to build a sustainable economy. Right now, we've got a credit card junkie economy created by people like Donald Trump, borrowing money. So you don't want to commit on that, Renegade Spunk. Okay. Well, obviously, you don't want to make a stand here. That's fine. Don't worry about it. Hey, welcome to the show, and thank you for coming in. We now bring you the next wave of videos in Dave's Video Emporium. Yippee! I haven't banned him at all. No. I just asked him, is he a supporter of Trump or not? I just wanted a simple answer. Well, let's be clear. And we get more music? Oh, wow. You're just trying to lure me into an extra extension beyond my 1 hour extension. Do you realize how painful this is to do with a cold and a respiratory problem? Do you have any idea what I go through every night to do this show? Does anybody really know? You don't, do you? You have no idea. You have no idea how hard it is to, well, you come into the show, so you know how easy it is to watch, but To do a show constantly, every night, is a remarkable task. To do it without any skip, one skip in 7 years, is superhuman. We've never missed a show. To maintain a 4 to 5 hour video schedule of interactive interchange between the American people in a transparent way is almost godlike. But I'm not professing to be God or superhuman or even artificial intelligence. I'm just a man who's desperate to save this nation. And I'm not going to sit back and watch it collapse with the likes of the one percenters like Hillary and Donald trying to control the destiny of this great nation. This election is a Waterloo moment for America. This is a chance for us to change the dimension of politics. And I don't believe personally that we're going to get any new answers out of the two-party system. They're literally robbing me of my ideas, and I doubt they're going to be able to implement them properly. There's not one bit of dead air. I don't lie. I've never lied in my life. I promise you that my entire life has been dedicated to integrity and honesty and the American way. The dream that I want you to fulfill of owning some property, of having freedom and liberty in your home and not having the government seek all accesses to every bit of privacy you may possess. What's going on right now is a totalitarian police state forming, and you're looking at an American who's standing up against it with all my might, against all odds, every night when I do the show. So if you think that the caliber of this country deserves a person of my worth and integrity, then simply write my name in the upcoming election. David Sponheim. That's all you got to do. If you vote for Hillary or Donald, you're going to have the New World Order police state, either way. You're going to have RFID chipping. You're going to have GMOs in your food system. You're going to have fluoride in your water forever. I'm going to remove all that. You're going to have a massive amount of chemical pollution because the elitists, they don't care about us. They don't care about cleaning the environment, and they certainly don't want to make it better for you financially. That much is clear from now going on 16 years of the Republican and Democratic debacles. It's time for the two-party system to fall and for our country to pick a brand new political movement in the center of the political spectrum that will galvanize this nation into one unified group of people. Independent thinkers, communicators that can solve America's problems. All right. Yeah, I think right now I'm going to take a look at your Tech Trip song in a little bit. Thank you. That looks good, Scissor Fight. But right now we're going to go ahead and watch the video. Two parties are the problem. Third party is the answer. We have been systematically censored in all the social medias. 132. I don't think you realize what we're up against. The social medias are controlled by DARPA, and Google has been controlled by the Navy. Facebook is owned by Google, mostly. You don't get this because you can't really, you're not privy to this information. It's hidden from most of the American people. They don't know that our government bought up the infrastructure. And they're not letting any third party in. They don't want a third party to launch. So we're up against an incredible obstacle. Now, if you want to go ahead and present the idea of a third party and multicast us, we have a YouTube feed at the bottom of our show with over 2,000 hours of broadcasting. And if you want to take your computer and turn it on and run it 24/7 with our channel running right out of it, night by night, it'll just pop to the next one. You got 2,000 hours of broadcasting 24/7 to play if you really want to do it, and then pop in and talk about what the issues are. You can pause it anywhere and discuss it. I'm telling you, you guys can use this and help us go viral. They won't be able to stop that. They will not prevent that from happening. They only are doing this to me. Now, if you copy what we're doing, and you're welcome to do that, and do that exact thing, it's just going to create a virality that will penetrate the censorship that the social networking system that the government's running will be unable to handle. That's one way to do it. My brain is completely focused on the problems in this country, and I've looked at every problem from a very objective perspective. And I could tell you we are screwed. We've got thugs running our country ever since they killed JFK. And tomorrow is going to be an interesting discussion of how technology can evolve, especially renewable energy technology, in lieu of the low cost of fuel. We've got gas rolling out at under $2 a gallon, some as low as $1 a gallon in some places. And many people are wondering, well, what about battery cars and renewable energy? And not as long as the oil company and the oil glut continues, and the oil companies have control over the situation. We'll talk about the reasons that's happening too. All right, take care, everyone. Good night. Thanks for giving me some extension on the show. It's been fun. I don't mind doing it. Tomorrow we're going to start a little late. Our 6 to 9 show is the show that we're going to be playing tomorrow. We'll be doing it at 6 o'clock, not at 5. The reason is we have a situation where we have to deal with some problems with the equipment, technology, etc. Look at that. Page crashed. Huh. See, we've got some problems with our computer that's just not... We've got 24 gigs of RAM, but our bus server is not running properly. So we have to re-engineer this slightly. Take care, everybody. Good night.
The Saudis have launched a massive war game with 20